am Scarlett Miles, and I am the interim director of the Metro Historical Commission. And I am delighted to welcome you to the 45th Annual Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture. This year's conference is co-hosted with the Tennessee State University College of Liberal Arts, and we are deeply grateful for this continued partnership with TSU. Thank you so much for hosting us today at the Avon Williams campus. We also want to recognize the Metro Nashville Network and Metro ITS for their assistance with live streaming and recording today's event. Your work helps us share today's programming far beyond these walls. This is one of my favorite events of the year, as I know 3 things are guaranteed to happen. I will learn from exceptional scholars, I will be entertained and moved by brilliant performers, and I will reconnect with friends and colleagues. And there's a committee that helps make this happen, and I want to make sure that we recognize them this morning. So I'm going to read everyone's name. If you'll please stand so we can see you and then greet you after. Our co-chairs are Linda Wynn and Dr. Lee Williams. And our committee members, yes, Dr. Joel Dark, Caroline Eller, Dr. Elizabeth Johnson, Gloria McKissick, Fletcher Moon, Sandra Parham, Jamal Sheets, Sharon Hull-Smith, and the recently retired Tim Walker. This group has assembled a terrific program for you today, from roots to resilience, reclaiming Black journeys, stories, and legacies across Tennessee. I'd also like to quickly recognize the members of the Metro Historical Commission who are with us today, as we rely on their support so much. And hopefully I've got everyone who's registered. Gary Burke, John Bridges, Dr. Don Cusick, Jim Hubler, Dr. Bill McKee, again Sandra Parham, Betsy Phillips, Dr. Marissa Richmond, Vice Chair Laura Roast, and our Chair Linda Wynn. Thank you. We are also fortunate to have the support of our elected officials and are glad to have 3 of them with us today, including Metro Council members Clay Capp, representing District 6, and Jacob Coupin, representing District 19, as well as our Register of Deeds, Karen Y. Johnson. Thank you. And as you know, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is a longtime supporter of this conference, and we're excited to hear from Brittany Irby in a few minutes representing his office. And last but not least, I want to welcome students from Tennessee State University and Stratford High School. I think you're in for an amazing experience. Thank you for being with us today. Now, I do want to recognize some exciting news. First of all, I want to recognize Dr. Carol Busey. Is she in the audience? Yes, Carol. So you may have heard Dr. Busey recently retired as the Davidson County historian, and we are thrilled to congratulate her replacement, Dr. Lee Williams. And he is in front. Now, I don't know if this is your first public appearance as Davidson County historian, but we're going to claim it, and we are excited for his presentation later with Sarita Gilbert on Promised Land, so thank you for that. Let's see. And then I want to give you a quick update on some exciting things happening at the Metro Historical Commission, those that expressly document and celebrate our rich African American history and culture. Over the past year, we have installed and dedicated 5 new historical markers that reflect this history, including those recognizing the Nashville Christian Institute, John Wesley Frierson, Pearl Cresswell in the Cresswell House, Cossey Gardner Sr., and Dr. Robert Boyd. Additionally, we were glad to see 2 damaged markers return to mint condition, honoring John Lewis in the Battle of Nashville USCT assault on Confederate right flank. And we have several more in the queue for 2026, so be looking out for notices about those dedications. Also, in partnership with the Nashville Historical Foundation, we launched a Nashville Sites driving tour titled McKissick in Black Architecture. This is a great tie-in with this afternoon's lecture, and I hope you'll visit the Foundation's table in the atrium to learn more. Also, we recently wrapped an important African American history project funded by the National Park Service's Underrepresented Communities Grant Fund. The work focused on identifying and documenting Nashville's mid-20th century historic districts built for African American Nashvillians who were displaced by urban renewal, redlining, and other racially discriminatory practices. Great work resulted from this project, including the nomination of Haines Heights to the National Register of Historic Places later this spring. With funding from the Tennessee Historical Commission's Preservation Grants Program, the former Club Barron property on historic Jefferson Street was nominated to the National Register of Historic Places, and this National Register listing will expand national awareness of this local treasure and open the door to historic preservation incentives to aid in its long-term preservation. We also concluded phase 4 of our county-wide cemetery survey project. Part of this project phase included a summary report on African American cemeteries, and we are now looking towards a standalone phase on Davidson County's African American burial grounds to research, identify, and protect the forgotten, underdocumented, or undocumented cemeteries that likely contained marked and unmarked burials for enslaved people of African descent, as well as free, Black, African American families, both pre and post-emancipation. Continued community outreach will enhance MHC's institutional knowledge of such sites and help protect the final resting places of historically marginalized people. We are working with the African American Historical and Genealogical Society on this project, and I hope you'll visit their table to learn more. Over the last year, the Metro Historical Commission has been leading public archaeology excavations at Fort Negley ahead of the master plan improvements. More than 130 volunteers and students have learned how to excavate and document the history of the fort. Through their hard work, we have uncovered more information on the indigenous people who used St. Cloud Hill, as well as the African American builders of the fort and the soldiers who were stationed there. And we encourage interested members of the public to join us in preserving the fort and documenting the rich and diverse archaeological heritage of Nashville. We still have public volunteer opportunities for archaeology in the lab and in the field, so please visit our website to learn more about that. And let's see, I do want to mention that at check-in, you should have received copies of several items, including the conference program in this year's conference folders, which details significant people and events in Tennessee's African American history. We've also posted digital copies of these items on our conference website at www.ncaahc.org, where you can also find the free online book, Profiles of African Americans in Tennessee. This book contains a compilation of over 40 years of conference profiles and other resources. And thank you to TSU for those wonderful folders to keep it all contained. Well, while there's much more that I can share, it's time to move on with the program. Please welcome Brittany Irby, Senior Director of Civic and Community Engagement in the Office of Mayor Freddie O'Connell. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to do some readjusting here. It is truly an honor to welcome you to the 45th Annual Nashville Conference of African American History and Culture here at Tennessee State University's Avon Williams campus. First, let me thank each of you, scholars, students, preservationists, community leaders, and storytellers for being present. Your presence affirms something powerful, that history is not passive, it is living, it is carried, it is reclaimed, and it is shared. This year's theme, From Roots to Resilience, Reclaiming Black Journeys, Stories, and Legacies Across Tennessee, could not be more timely. Across our city and our state, we are being reminded that understanding our roots is essential to shaping our future. When we reclaim stories, especially those that were overlooked, undertold, or intentionally erased, we do more than preserve the past. We strengthen our collective resilience. As someone with deep personal ties to Tennessee State University, this moment is especially meaningful to me. TSU has long stood as a pillar of academic excellence, cultural pride, civic leadership. It has shaped a generation of leaders who understand that scholarship and service go hand in hand. To stand here in a space today that has nurtured Black excellence for decades is both humbling and inspiring. On behalf of Mayor Freddie O'Connell, I want to affirm our continued commitment to honoring and elevating African American history and culture, not only through preservation, but through policy, programming, and partnership. Beyond the important work of Metro Historic Commission, Metro is advancing initiatives that center around accessibility, storytelling, and community voice. From neighborhood engagement efforts that ensure long-standing communities are heard in planning processes, to youth-focused initiatives that connect young people to civic leadership and local history, we are working to ensure that preservation is not just about buildings, but about people. We are also investing in cultural corridors, supporting community-based organizations that safeguard legacy, spaces, and using data-driven strategies to protect the stories embedded in our neighborhoods. Because when we talk about resilience, we are also talking about sustainability, ensuring that Black history in Nashville and across Tennessee is not just remembered, but protected and resourced. I also want to extend sincere appreciation to Metro Nashville Network for their work in live streaming and recording this conference. Their partnership ensures that these important conversations extend far beyond this room and remain accessible to future scholars, students, and community members. Documentation is preservation, and preservation is power. I'm going to give another special shout out to Dr. Lee Williams, the first African American to serve and be appointed as the Davidson County Historian. We are so grateful for your service. Finally, I want to express strong support for the continued partnership between Metro Historical Commission and Tennessee State University. When local government and academic institutions collaborate, we create a bridge between research and practice, between archives and action. That partnership is a model for how we have sustained this work and how we will sustain this work for the next 45 years and beyond. This conference reminds us that our journeys are interconnected, the roots run deep, and the resilience is real. And the responsibility to tell the truth of our history and honor the fullness of our legacy belongs to all of us. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce someone whose leadership has helped shape this very gathering. Ms. Linda T. Wynn is the conference co-founder and co-chair, the Assistant Director for State Programs at the Tennessee Historical Commission, and she serves as the chair of Metro Historical Commission. Her scholarship, advocacy, and commitment to preserving African American history across Tennessee have left an indelible mark on our state. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Linda T. Wynn.
Thank you, Brittany, for that introduction. It is certainly an honor and a joy to see all of you here this morning. It's difficult to believe that it's been 45 years since this conference began. I'd like to remember those who helped start the conference: Dr. Bobby Lee Lovett, who was Dean and Professor of History at Tennessee State University; Lois McDougall, who was a Professor of History at Tennessee State University; and of course, Maydeen Eberling, who was the Executive Director of the Metro Historical Commission; and my buddy, Dr. Revis Mitchell, from Fisk University. It is so difficult to believe that We've moved to this room. When we first started, we were over in a smaller room with the conference. I want to talk about, just give you the theme for this month's Black History. And the theme is Black History, a century of Black History commemoration. And you know that theme comes from the Association for the Study of African American History and Culture, which was launched by Dr. Carter G. Woodson in 1926. And the whole purpose was honoring a century of efforts to study, preserve, and celebrate Black history. So our themes kind of mesh with the national theme, and it wasn't quite intended that way, but it ended up that way. I would like to recognize the members of the committee, and I would like for you to stand. I know we've done it before, but as co-chair, I just want to give you all the due that you deserve for helping to put on this conference. And Dr. Lee Williams, Dr. Joel Dark, Caroline Eller, Dr. Elizabeth Johnson, Gloria McKissick, Fletcher Moon, Sandra Parham, Jamel Sheets, Sharon Hunt, Hull Smith, and of course Tim Walker in absentia, who retired. This is coming from the chair. Thank you for all of the work that you do to help make this conference a success. I want to call attention to our conference sponsors. They are the Davidson County Register of Deeds, the Frieson Foundation, Historic Nashville Incorporated, Nashville Historical Foundation, Spruce Street Baptist Church, Tennessee Historical Society, TSU Friends of the Library, and I might mention that Spruce Street Baptist Church and the Tennessee Historical Society have been sponsors for 45 years. So I want to give them a hand. The projects with the Tennessee Historical Commission, there have been several listings of African American sites on the National Register. In terms of historical markers, there have been two, and that is Gordon Memorial United Methodist Church and Hiram and Evelyn Overton's Wagon and Blacksmith Shop. Those were some of the markers in Nashville for African American history that were approved this year. I'd also like to mention taking a look back and look at some of the people that we lost this year who were very important in the history of Nashville and especially its civil rights history. In 2025, we lost the influential civil rights activist, Dr. Charles Kimbrough, who worked with the NAACP as a leader and an advocate for the disadvantaged in civil rights. We lost Joseph Darby, along other icons such as Joseph McNeil, who had a connection. And if you don't know Joseph McNeil, he was part of the Greensboro sit-ins, but he had a connection to Nashville. We also lost Bobby Kane. Bobby Kane was with the Clinton High School desegregation case, and he became the first African-American student to graduate from a formerly segregated high school in Clinton, Tennessee. So we lost him. Another person that we lost was Sanchez Harley. He was a gospel producer, arranger, engineer, publisher, writer, conductor, educator, and entrepreneur. He produced such gospel stars as Shirley Caesar, The Mighty Clouds of Joy, Kirk Franklin, Albertina Walker, and many more. So let's remember him. Another person that we lost this year was Carlos D. Ford Bailey. He died in November of last year. He was the grandson of the Country Music Hall of Fame member D. Ford Bailey, who passed in 1982, and he was a keeper of the flame of the Stars legacy. He boosted his grandfather's election to the Hall of Fame, plus induction into the Music City Walk of Fame and renaming of Music Row Street in his honor. He entertained frequently at the Grand Ole Opry in his grandfather's memory, collaborated with Old Crow medicine shows, Sketch Sacro. He was the son of Nashville's blues performer D. Ford Bailey Jr., who passed in 2013, and who starred on R&B TV show Night Train. Some of us in this room may remember Night Train. That was from 1963 to about 1968, I believe. So we want to remember those individuals who passed and who played a great role in the history of Nashville. Without further ado, I am going to let the convener for this morning's conference come forward and start us on our way. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fletcher Moon, and I'm a retired associate professor and librarian at Tennessee State University. I'm also a current member of the planning committee for the Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture, having just served my third year in that role. Thank you all for joining us today. Our first session is presented by Dr. Tara Mitchell-Mielnik, an associate professor of history and public history at Cumberland University in Lebanon, Tennessee, where she teaches a variety of classes, including museum studies, sports history, African American history, environmental history, and the history of American crime. Prior to her work at Cumberland, Dr. Mielnik was a historian at the Metropolitan Historical Commission in Nashville for 12 years, where she began her research into the families they called Sunnyside home, and served as publication chair for the Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture. A ninth-generation Tennessean, she lives in Old Hickory and is a graduate of the University of the South and Middle Tennessee State University, where she received the first PhD in public history. Let's listen to her presentation titled, Searching for the Enslaved, Research into the Enslaved Families at Sunnyside in Nashville. Dr. Mielnik.
Thank you, Dr. Moon. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Linda. Thank you all for being here this morning. This project has been really a labor of love, in part because of my work with the Metro Historical Commission for 12, 14 years. I don't remember how long it was, but I had the honor of working with the Metro Historical Commission and at Sunnyside for several years in my prior career to working here at Cumberland University. I do want to recognize a colleague of mine, Natalie Inman is here. Where'd you go? There you are. And then I have a handful of students that are kind of over there. About 10 of our Cumberland history students are here. And then 2 or 3 of my former Cumberland students who are now in their master's careers at MTSU. So I'm glad you all are here. Thank you all for being here today. But to get started, I want to, some of you probably know, but this is Sunnyside. Sunnyside is located here in Nashville in Sevier Park. It's located at 12th Avenue South, where 12th Avenue South turns into Granny White Pike. This house was constructed in 1852 to serve as the home of Mary Benton and her grown niece, a woman named Minerva Benton, and Minerva's 2 children. Both Mary and Minerva were widows. Mary's husband had been Jesse Benton. He had been a contemporary and a rival of Andrew Jackson. This is during Andrew Jackson's kind of up-and-coming period prior to his becoming president. But following a dispute with Andrew Jackson, Jesse Benton and his brothers had all left Tennessee. They were looking to make their mark elsewhere, so they moved westward to Texas, to Missouri. Jesse Benton dies in 1843. He leaves Mary with his estate, including approximately 24 enslaved people. Mary decides to move back to Nashville, where she has family, and her widowed niece Minerva and her children, who were already living with her, join her here in Nashville. In 1853, whoops, this is a very touchy computer. In 1853, Jesse Benton's brother, a man named Thomas Hart Benton, sells his interest in Jesse Benton's estate, which included property in Nashville, the Sunnyside property, and the enslaved people, back to Jesse's widow, to Mary Benton. Thomas Hart Benton has moved to Missouri at this time, and he has become an increasingly powerful national figure. With the debate over slavery in the 1850s becoming very volatile in Missouri, Benton has begun to change his views regarding slavery and his stance on the institution and its extension into the new American territories farther west. This is costing him political support, and some of this transfer may be involving his kind of political views regarding slavery. But with this property transfer, Thomas Hart Benton refers to Jesse Benton's will from 1843. And in this will, Jesse Benton mentions his enslaved people by name, which is kind of unusual. And according to Thomas Hart Benton, Jesse Benton's will indicates that after Jesse Benton's death, after Mary's death, that the Negro Sandy, this is a quote, the Negro Sandy and his wife and children were to be emancipated. Other slaves in the will include Julius and his wife Kitty and their children, Mitchell, John, Jane, Ross, and Bill. Horatio and his wife Charlotte and her children, Melinda, Ellen, Louisa, Caroline, and Clarissa, and this is a name that's very difficult to read, so we're thinking it's Clarissa, and her children, Frank and Dan, also Silas, Joe, Edmund, and Clara. The 1843 will lists 20 people by name, and it provides us with these familial relationships. By Thomas Hart Benton's property transfer in 1853, the number of enslaved people at Sunnyside was 23. So this indicates that there were probably some additional people born or maybe acquired by Mary Benton here at Sunnyside. These people are enumerated in the census records, but not named. The federal census didn't count enslaved people really as individuals for the purpose of the federal census. Only numbers mattered, they were property. But the census does give us some insight into the families at Sunnyside between 1850 and 1865, especially when compared with the information from Jesse Benton's will and Thomas Hart Benton's property transfer. But they don't match up. The 1850 census only lists 13 enslaved people with the Benton Douglas family. 2 males aged 40 and 19, 3 females in their 20s and 30s, and 8 children under 12. 6 of those children are listed as mulatto, not black, and I can't account for this discrepancy in the numbers. I don't know why there are certain numbers in the will and other numbers in the property transfer, and these fewer numbers in the census. I'm not sure what's going on here. The 1860 census indicates 20 enslaved people at Sunnyside, which is a little closer to what we have in the property transfer. It includes a 70-year-old woman who doesn't appear in the 1850 census, and about half the ages correlate with what we saw in the 1850 census. There are a large number of children in the 1860 census, which didn't appear in the 1850 census, so we know that there were children being born at Sunnyside. And we also know that they weren't there in 1843, so we have seen several new children being born here as well. Come on. From the historical records at Fort Negley, we know that two of the enslaved men at Sunnyside, Horatio Benton and Mitchell Benton, were both impressed to work here at Fort Negley. The Union Army took slaves from local Nashville families to build this fort and other Union fortifications in and around Nashville. And both Horatio and Mitchell are listed as belonging to Mary Benton and being brought to work at Fort Negley. Thanks to the work of great historians and friends, some of whom are in this room, Angela Sutton, Lee Williams, Krista Castillo, Zeta Law, Eleanor Fleming, Gary Burke, and so many others, the names of thousands of free and enslaved African Americans who worked to build the Union fortifications around Nashville have been documented and are readily available. And two of those names are Horatio and Mitchell Benton. But of the enslaved people mentioned by name in Jesse Benton's will and in the 1850 property transfer, we can trace a little bit about those families of Horatio and Charlotte Benton and of Julius and Kitty Martin. Horatio is mentioned as married to Charlotte, and Benton family history reveals that Horatio, also called Raish, was the coachman and Charlotte was the cook for the Benton Douglas family. And while they lived at Sunnyside, they lived in a 2-story log cabin behind the main house. And such a cabin was extant here in Sevier Park until about the 1980s. They probably lived here with at least some of their children, including Melinda, who would have been in her early 20s in the 1850s. An unnamed stillborn infant was born to Melinda Benton in 1865 and buried in the Negro lot in the Nashville City Cemetery. By 1870, Melinda had married a man named Nelson Jackson, and by 1880, they had 3 daughters, all named after Melinda's sisters, Ellen, Louisa, and Caroline. Melinda's father, Horatio Benton, died in 1880. Her husband, Nelson Jackson, a member of the United States Colored Troops, died in 1882. The 1910 census finds Melinda, age 73, living in Louisville, Kentucky, with her approximately 90-year-old mother, Charlotte. The census reveals that Charlotte had been the mother of 9 children. Melinda was the mother of 14, although each woman reported only 1 living child in 1910. Charlotte Benton, born a slave in Virginia, brought to Tennessee as a child, moved to Texas and Louisiana with the Benton family, died in Louisville, Kentucky in 1913 at an estimated age of 109. Both the Nashville Tennessean and the Nashville Banner printed obituaries in March 1913. The Nashville Globe gave a lengthy obituary, mentioning that Charlotte had first been married to Silas Benton, and that Melinda, Louisa, and Ellen were their daughters, and that after Silas's death, she married Horatio. That doesn't match up quite with the property transfer. The paper also reports that 2 weeks after Charlotte's death, or 2 weeks before Charlotte's death in early March 1913, her last surviving child, Melinda, had died in Nashville at the home of her daughter, Alice Frazier. The other family of enslaved people at Sunnyside were Julius and Kitty Martin, listed with 5 children in Jesse Benton's will. Now, Julius and Kitty used Martin as a surname, although their oldest son, Mitchell, used Benton as his last name. After emancipation, Julius and Kitty Martin are listed in the 1870 census in Nashville, living with daughters Cornelia and Martha. In 1880, Julius and Kitty are living with Cornelia and 2 grandchildren, Maddie and William. In the 1889 and 1891 city directories, Kitty Martin is listed as a widow living on Phillips Street in Nashville. And the best I can tell, the house was probably on the parking lot I used to use when I used to go visit Revis Mitchell at Fisk. I think that's where that house was. Kitty Martin died on December 31st, 1891, and according to her death certificate, she's buried in Mount Ararat Cemetery, but her grave is unmarked. Cornelia died in 1912 at the house on Phillips Street at age 58, which sounds really young to me at this point, and according to her death certificate, was buried in Greenwood Cemetery. Now, with James like John, Jane, and Bill Martin, tracing the Martin family in the early 20th century becomes really, really murky in the records. There is a Ross Martin in Mount Ararat who died in 1888, according to Find a Grave. There's a William Martin who died in 1891, but their graves are unmarked. I just don't know. There are a few William Martins in Greenwood too, and even a Will Ross Martin. But I don't know. I just can't tell if they belong to this family or not. But Mitchell Benton's name is more unusual, and it allows us to look for him after his work at Fort Negley and post-emancipation. Davidson County marriage records show that Mitchell Benton married Rachel Wilson on December 14, 1865. Rachel Wilson Benton died in October 1875. By 1880, Mitchell Benton is on the census records as living in the county asylum, where he appears again in 1900. In the summer of 1911, Mitchell's sister, Martha Williams, filed a suit in Davidson County Chancery Court, naming her siblings Mitchell Benton, William Martin, and Cornelia Martin as defendants. She was seeking to gain control of her parents' house on Phillips Street. The suit provides information about Mitchell, saying that he has been of, quote, unsound mind for several years, and that William, or Bill, has been missing for over 20 years and is presumed dead. Mitchell Benton died in December 1911. Cornelia Martin died in March 1912. Now that the house at Sunnyside has been fully renovated as the offices for the Metropolitan Historical Commission, the information that we have been uncovering has been used to enhance the interpretation of the history of the house and of the families that called Sunnyside home, but also hopefully honoring the families of the enslaved that lived and worked at Sunnyside for 15 years. It isn't much, and it doesn't account for everyone, but it does begin to create a narrative of the lives and the families of the African Americans who lived and worked at Sunnyside, alongside Mary Benton and Minerva Douglas and the children. These two widowed women who were trying to raise the two children depended a great deal on the service of the 24 or so enslaved people who surrounded them for their years in Texas, Louisiana, and Tennessee. There's so much that we don't know, but we have to start somewhere. Here's my start. So if you think you have family with Benton or Martin connections, or maybe Frazier, that you think might be connected to them, let us know. Thank you. Let's talk. Thank you so much.
Our second presentation today is led by Jeff Sellers, a public historian and author with over 20 years of experience in local and state history, as well as in the museum field. As Director of Education at the Tennessee State Museum and State Capitol, he has led all museum education initiatives, including the design and development of the museum's Children's Gallery. He has also independently curated local history exhibits, including one on Nashville's iconic Goo Goo clusters. Jeff has served on numerous historical boards and councils at the local, state, and national levels, including the American Association for State and Local History. An active member of the community, he is a longtime board member and past president of the Nashville City Cemetery Association, Incorporated. His most recent book, The Tennessee State Capitol, explores the Capitol's history and the role of enslaved laborers in its construction, a subject that continues to inform his current research. Let's welcome Professor Sellers.
All right, thank you so much. I'll just reiterate, it is always an honor to come and be at this conference. I call it, it's like the family reunion for Nashville history. And it's so great to see so many friendly faces and colleagues and community members from around the city and around the field. My name is Jeff Sellers, and as mentioned in my introduction, I am part of the team that leads the history and the tours of the Tennessee State Capitol, and it is my honor and is my team's honor to get to tell the stories of the Tennessee State Capitol building. And this presentation really comes to us from a conversation that I had with Ms. Wynn about a year ago. We sat down and we were going through research in preparation for a museum exhibit that will come later next year that I'll talk more about later in my presentation. But it was about the enslaved laborers that worked on the Capitol. Every day we talk to visitors from around the world at the Capitol building about who constructed the building, the architect, the building commissioners, but we also talk about the enslaved laborers and the incarcerated laborers who worked on this building. We've known that there was laborers that worked on this project, but the individual stories have been harder to come by. And it really wasn't until recently when we began to dig into these stories in advance of this new exhibit that's coming out, is when we really began to see and notice just the breadth of documentation that is actually out there on this. So I have to apologize before I get started. One, I have too many slides for the amount of time that I've been allotted today. So we're going to move quickly, I promise. I know we got a break at the end of this. I don't want to get in the way of the break. But two, there's a lot of primary sources in this. And so I apologize in advance. My students over here, you're going to see a lot of cursive writing. This is my plug to, if you want to be a historian, learn cursive writing. So you will, can I get an amen? You're going to see some cursive writing here. So we're going to go straight to the primary sources. The title of this presentation is Stories in Stone, because it is the stone of our beautiful Capitol building for which these stories come out of. And so let's dig right in. First of all, before we get started, let's go over a few of the general history most of us are familiar with. And might I add that we are on historic ground as we sit here. We're really listening to this presentation in the spot where all of this happened. So we'll kind of be mindful of that as we move forward. The Tennessee State Capitol building, its origin really in Nashville, starts in 1834 with the new state constitution. The General Assembly of Tennessee required of that constitution, it required that the Capitol building be placed permanently in a location, and it required that the governor remind the General Assembly to do that in 10 years. You have 10 years to find that out. Incidentally, this same state constitution that defined when we would name a permanent capital also removed voting rights for free black men in Tennessee. Tennessee's original constitution did not place restrictions on race in 1796. It did in 1834 and when it was approved in 35. In 1843, they do come back together and finally named Nashville as the capital city permanently. It had served as that for many, many years. Two reasons for that was the Cumberland River being very nearby and allowing for easy transport with the steamboat access. But the bigger reason probably was this beautiful hilltop that you see here in this historic image. This hill was transferred to the state of Tennessee. It was actually purchased by the city of Nashville from a private landowner, George Washington Campbell, and was given to the state of Tennessee for the express purpose of putting this huge, beautiful Greek Revival Capitol building on top of it. And that's where our stories will begin. This is a very important, it's a very wordy act of the legislature, but it's important to our discussion today. This is the very first act or law that set up the Capitol building. And look at what it does. It appoints the commissioners to superintend the construction, but look at what it does for the labor. The labor is said to be direct the labor of the penitentiary to the erection of the same, and thereby do what? Save the people from taxation. So this act explicitly talks about the labor used, and for the reason why that labor should be used is to save money. July 4th, 1845 is the ceremonial cornerstone laying. And so we're going to set our mind on the summer of 1845 first. Let's talk about, it's important to also note that this is a huge construction project that takes 14 years. So there are literally hundreds and hundreds of people that shared in the labor of this project. We are going to focus on those that were forced into this labor and never received compensation for their hard work. So we just talked about why penitentiary labor, incarcerated labor. Why then enslaved labor? How did we get there? The two portraits, I guess on your right there, are the architect, Samuel Morgan. Is the first one there is William Strickland. He's the architect and superintendent. And then Samuel Morgan is the building commissioner. He'll serve on the project for all 14 years. Between these two men, largely every major decision of the building passes through them in some way or another. So these two are very important to the discussion here, and you'll see a little bit more of them later. But it is the Secretary of State, John S. Young, who I don't have a portrait of, but the quote that he directs them, he says, "There is generally a very small number of convicts that can be worked without the walls of prison." So if you're going to be building on Capitol Hill, I do not recommend using convicts, is what Secretary Young says. He suggests finding 15 or 20 likely active and intelligent Negro men in this letter to the commissioners. So there we go. We get the first kind of recommendation for where in a public space and what labor should be used. This is a photograph taken in 1864 that really shows you kind of the still kind of under construction of the Capitol grounds there. This is Dr. MLK Boulevard right here, which was Charlotte, and at the time Cedar Street right here. 1845 to 47. Let's look at the A.G. Payne documents, and this is where we go into our primary source evidence here. This contract is going to be a contract to excavate Capitol Hill. If you're going to put that giant building on top of it, you have to level the foundation. You have to excavate the cellar of that foundation. And this is a contract executed, there's your cursive writing, but I've helped us out here. At the bottom it says, A. Payne agrees to furnish the committee with 15 able-bodied Negro men at $18 per month, and their overseer $30 per month, to board said Negroes and overseer, and which is interesting, furnish a woman to cook for them. So on top of Capitol Hill in the summer of 1845, there were at least 15 men and a woman there on Capitol Hill, excavating, doing the hard labor of clearing the foundation for this project. I should also mention, A.G. Payne is a prominent stone mason and brick manufacturer. He has a big brick business in Nashville, and he will be the first 2 years of this project. He will get the most revenue, the most expenses. He is the highest paid subcontractor of the project. By the end of 1860, in the 1860 census, his wealth is quite considerable. You can see it at the bottom there. $80,000 in personal wealth and $60,000 in real estate wealth. I love this photograph here. This is Nashville from Germantown. Many of you are probably familiar with it, but what I love about it is if you look at the Capitol building sitting prominently there, it's already built, but look at the horizon of the hilltop. You can see how it's flattened. You can see the foundation that was built there and cleared there by these enslaved laborers on the top of the hill there. Incidentally, we are about, I would say about right here in this hilltop here. So remember, we're on historic ground here. Last summer, I got the pleasure of doing a little adventure into the basement of the Capitol building and going around to the bottom of the, into the sort of catacombs, I would say, and crawling in and around there. But I did this, and what was so neat about this is if you look closely there, this is the rubble, this is the supporting walls that those laborers built. So this is the basement of the Capitol which they excavated. So this is their handiwork here on top of Capitol Hill. They're literally building the foundation. Let's go to an individual now, and we're going to dig some more into some our primary sources. This is Parker Payne. This is a person that we had no real knowledge about until very recently, until we started digging through this research. The column that you see is a column that is an original. It was replaced in the 1950s. The reason I put this in is that Parker was a stonemason, not just cutting raw stone out of the earth, but a mason. That means he's chiseling. That means he's refining that stone. That means he's making that stone beautiful. And we'll learn more about Parker here through these documents. Now, if you want to, for the historians in the room, if you really want to get the details on a construction project, where's your best source of primary evidence? No one wants to say. Not letters, not diaries, not journals, accounting. Do we have any accountants in the room today? Bless you for the data that you're giving the historians later. But it is the payroll sheets. And this is where we're able to find very interesting primary documents. This is A.G. Payne's payroll sheet from the summer of 1845. And if you can see it, you can see it lists names. At the very top, you can see A.G. Payne's name there. And then in the writing there at the top, you can see to pay sundry, it says sundry Negroes for work on the Capitol building. And the list there is names of those men that worked on the building. This has been used to kind of show the 15, remember the contract, the first contract that said 15 able-bodied men? All right, so this document here kind of shows those men. If you look, the very first name is Alexander P., and then it goes down to Jack and Lewis and Daniel. Look about midway down, and you'll see Parker. You see Parker there? And so as we were looking at this document, it's like, what is this document saying here? Are these enslaved men? And yes, these are Payne's enslaved men here. These are the men he enslaved. But then look at the bottom. You have men with a first and last name, their surnames there. This is a bit confusing. Are these enslaved men or are these free black men? Because that could be a potential case as well. So is the rest of the list that way. But if you look on the second page, there's clues that become evident there. If you look closely, and I did not highlight it, but if you look closely at some of these, it lists the enslaver's name, and then it says boy. You can see it, it says Tally's boy. Mr. Works 3 boys. So it is an accounting to pay Mr. Work for his 3 laborers that have been working on that project. So Mr. Work or Mr. Talley or Mr. whoever, they're the ones who are to be paid for the work of those three men that are working on it. Also notice this, the man at the bottom there, Smith, he is the overseer of the work crew here. Finally, before we move on, I want you to notice this name here, Peter Baldwin. We'll come back to him in just a second. Check on my time. 3 more payroll sheets, and then we're going to move on, I promise. But these are important because this shows us Parker's skill. These 2 payroll sheets also list A.G. Payne, and this time you see on the left there, you see A.G. Payne's boy, okay? And then on the right, you see A.G. Payne's John and Parker. The thing about these 2 sheets is these are not A.G. Payne's men. These are white laborers. These are men on the hill who are doing other jobs like bricklaying and stonemasonry. This shows us that Parker was among those men working the stonemasonry jobs alongside of these men. So he's doing refined and skilled labor at this point. These come to us in May and June of 1846. There's another reference to Parker. So what happened to Parker? You know, you have to go beyond the Civil War. You have to see if you can find them back there. And after studying and looking, I was able to find him in the Nashville City Directory. And if there was any question on to whether or not he was a skilled stonemason, there is the answer. You find him in 1878, by the way, in other parts of 1870, as a stonemason living where? Spruce Street. Anybody know where Spruce Street is? Yeah. It's right here. So, again, Parker Payne worked here and had a life afterwards and had a business here. And it was on Tuesday, I remember I said this is ongoing research, that I'm talking with Gary Burke at the museum, and I said, Gary, this Parker Payne, he was a skilled stonemason. And he had to have been potentially at Fort Negley, don't you think, in the Civil War? And he said, well, you know, you need to go to the Builders and Defenders database. God bless you all for creating that. Dr. Sutton and those, and Dr. Williams, thank you all, and Gary for y'all's efforts in this. And guess what? He showed up. There he is, making a deposit into the Freedman Saving and Trust Company Bank. Excellent, excellent document there. I was able to find some other Paynes in there as well. So this has so much potential to take the documents from Payne's payrolls, apply them to the Fort Negley Descendants Project. It's just a great, great resource. All right, let's move to the stone quarry. Now this happens in 1847 and 1848. Now, the stone quarry work is very dangerous work. It's very hard labor. You are literally taking blocks of limestone that weigh tons and tons and shifting them on giant derricks and cranes onto platforms and onto wagons. Labor becomes a shortage in this year. And notice that Samuel Morgan from our earlier slide is taking an advertisement out in the Nashville newspaper. That's December 46. By April, William Strickland himself is taking ads out at the same time for enslaved labor to be working in the quarries. And they did work in the quarries. This is the state penitentiary. So where was the stone quarry? The stone quarry was just about half a mile down the street here, down Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, right past the interstate. And you can see it here. Well, this is the state penitentiary here, which was opposite the street from the stone quarry. And here it is on an 1860 map of Nashville. This gives us the perspective of the context of where things are being quarried. Notice Watkins Street right there at the top right. The owner of that quarry was Samuel Watkins. If you look very closely, one of those lots has Samuel Watkins' residence there. I believe, potentially, and probably someone in this room can help me, but this area right here would be the stone quarry because there is no buildings built there. And this is an example of just the amount of labor that would take to get each of those blocks up Capitol Hill, from the stone quarry to the penitentiary up to Capitol Hill. This is the Marble Haulers by Lloyd Branson from the McClung Museum. In the stone quarry, again, we get more and more names here. Not just the A.G. Payne's payroll. You see enslaved men's names popping up everywhere in these documents. Here's Stephen, there's Warren, there's Josh, each getting that their enslavers are getting paid for their either board or for their labor. Here we go. This document serves two real interesting purposes. One, it gives us another name of a man enslaved. Look at the date on it. It's 1855. So this is long after 1847. Emmanuel is here. What's being done with this document is an indemnity. It says, I will not hold the state responsible if something happens to Emmanuel. If he is to be killed while at work, it will be my loss. Well, I think it would be Emmanuel's loss, but that is an indemnity document. Now, obviously, why would they need to do that? It's for obvious reasons. It was dangerous work. And this is evident in this next slide, in this next document. A sad accident occurred in the quarries in 1848. A Negro man belonging to who? Mr. Baldwin. Remember our name from our earlier document from the Payne payroll? Peter Baldwin. We don't know if that is indeed Peter, but it is quite coincidental that belonging to Mr. Baldwin, working there, received a blow from a lever by some mismanagement that broke his spine. Let's quickly talk about the incarcerated laborers in the quarry. By far, the most labor used on this project was incarcerated prison labor from the state penitentiary. And throughout each year of construction in the quarry, the numbers rise and fall as to their ability to quarry stone for our Capitol building. I want us to fall and to look at one particular incarcerated laborer. And this man gives us a different sense as to what we think about when we think about someone who is imprisoned in the 1850s. He's a stonecutter. Let's look at some of those jobs: blacksmithing, cutting stone for the Capitol, quarrying stone. And here you get a sense of just how dangerous it could be in those stone quarries with this image. But let's go back to James. James was convicted of a crime in 1857. He was sentenced to 7 years hard labor in the state penitentiary for this crime. And there he found himself in the late 1850s in the stone quarries of the state capitol. This is a document taken from the state penitentiary superintendent's report to the General Assembly. And here we see James Peck. Now, my square is not really great. His crime is not larceny, but what is this crime of? His crime was harboring a slave, sentenced to 7 years in the stone quarries. Well, I was able to go back and find the case for James, and this is his case here. I apologize for not highlighting it, but basically James and a woman, Mary Gibbs, secreted a man named Jack onto a steamboat. Jack hid in the chambermaid of the steamboat's room and did a pretty good job of finding a place to hide, because it was not until Hallsville, Indiana, which is not far from Louisville, that he was discovered. And then the the whole plan unraveled on James and Mary. Mary was not prosecuted because she was a woman, but James was and sentenced to 7 years. So when we look at those incarcerated laborers, we also have to look at those in a different way as well. It's all of this research kind of just compounds on itself until you find yourself trying to make sense of it all. This is the best I could do on this next slide. I took all of A.G. Payne's payrolls, that's 4 payrolls, and I basically compiled the list of names that I could find of those men, those black men, whether enslaved or free or incarcerated, and compiled them. This is by no means a complete list, and there is a lot of supposition on my part with it, but I'll share it with you now. These are all of the names that are taken directly from that payroll. I didn't change anything up other than to say, I think they're enslaved or unsure if I am unsure. So this is a great place to start with some of those other databases like the Descendants of Fort Negley to begin to connect those names. I'm going to finish up real quick by going beyond the tour and what we're doing now to honor the memory and the legacy of these men who built our capital while enslaved. There's a reliquary down on the north side that is dedicated to all of those who worked on the Capitol, including the enslaved. Most recently, in the bottom right, the General Assembly passed a House Joint Resolution that memorialized the Payne men who were enslaved that worked on the project. And next year, I'm happy to announce all of this research will be displayed in a new exhibit at the new Capitol Visitor Center, which will be underneath the War Memorial Plaza, just a couple of blocks down. So what are our key takeaways? One, that many enslaved laborers, not just 15, we have to go beyond that, worked on this, our beautiful Capitol building that we all share in the significance of. There were more, and they are different, I should say. That's the first point. These are those that were enslaved we should recognize them as different than those that were paid for their efforts or were incarcerated or is a fuzzy kind of status there. We need to recognize that. And then lastly, it's not easy to uncover these names. It's very time consuming, but they're in there. And it's worth building a comprehensive list to gather and to recover their legacy. There's much to be learned. I encourage anyone and everyone who's interested to help out to do so. And might I say, on a break or at lunch today, walk out. It's a perfect setting. Turn to your right, look at the beautiful Capitol. Turn to your left, think about the penitentiary, think about the stone quarry, think about Peter, think about Parker, think about Jack, think about all of those who were forced into labor, but nonetheless helped to contribute to our beautiful and historic state capitol. Thank you so much for having me.
We've got a break now for 30 minutes. Please be back here at 10:45. Please also check out all the vendor tables in the lobby, and we've got lapel pins up at the MHC table as well. Thank you.
Serena K. Gilbert is an original descendant of the Promised Land community in Dickson County, Tennessee. She received her elementary and secondary education from the County Segregated School District. Ms. Gilbert is an alumna of Tennessee State University and Howard University and enjoyed more than 35 years of diversified experience in the field of social work. In 2002, she retired and relocated to her home of origin. She has since led the efforts of preserving the history of the Promised Land community and currently serves as Executive Director of the Promised Land Heritage Association in Charlotte, Tennessee. She recently co-authored From the Fiery Furnace to the Promised Land: Stories of a Tennessee Reconstruction Community with Dr. Leroy Williams Jr. Dr. Leroy Williams Jr. is a scholar of African American Civil War and Reconstruction and Public History at Davidson State University. He also coordinates the North Nashville Heritage Project, an effort that seeks to encourage a greater understanding of the history of North Nashville, including but not limited to Jefferson Street and its historic relationship to the greater Nashville community. He's also the founding member of Past Perfect, LLC, a Nashville-based consulting firm that provides reliable and timely research and analysis for litigation, corporate genealogies, and site histories. Dr. Williams is a native of Tallahassee, Florida, where he earned his doctorate in history from Florida State University in 2003. And now, please enjoy their presentation, Promised Land, from the fiery furnace to the Promised Land.
Okay, thank you, Fletcher, for the wonderful introduction. It is my honor and a privilege to sit here next to Serena K. Gilbert, my adopted Aunt Kay, to talk to you about Promised Land, Tennessee. For those of my students that are out there in the audience, I know they're like, bruh, Promised Land again. But it is an important story. It's a story of perseverance, it's a story of joy, a story of hope, and a story of love. So I invite you to consider what we have to offer today. On January 16, 1865, General Williams comes to Sherman issued special field order number 15 after meeting with local African American ministers in Savannah, Georgia. This order reserved confiscated and abandoned land stretching from south of Charleston, South Carolina to just north of Jacksonville, Florida, including the Sea Islands and coastal regions for settlements by African Americans who had followed Sherman's army from Atlanta and other ports in his arrival. Sherman's motivation was not purely benevolent. The massive group of freedom-seeking African Americans who followed his army taxed his resources. Yet, over 40,000 formerly enslaved people and their families who received 40-acre plots, this land was their new Jerusalem, a long-awaited promised land. News of this land grant traveled far, reaching enslaved communities like Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. This area has its own history of enslaved persons seeking freedom. In 1853, for example, more than 24 of Middle Tennessee African American ancestors left for Liberia in search of their promised land. By spring 1865, hope for freedom and land was palpable among enslaved African Americans, especially those laboring in Middle Tennessee's iron mills. Slavery was a daily hell, and news of the impending emancipation brought deep relief to those who toiled in the furnaces, people who were fervently hoping to witness the arrival of the year of Jubilee. Personal accounts from the enslaved during Dixon County's antebellum era are scarce. However, their labor was varied. You had miners, foundry workers, engineers, teamsters, blacksmiths who drove the iron industry, while others cultivated wheat, corn, and cotton. Field workers rose at dawn and worked until dusk. Tobacco cultivation was particularly grueling, and only the fortunate found spare time. Domestic workers, maids, cooks, nurses, and other personal servants were constantly on call, often shielded from the elements, but exposed to intense supervision and heightened risk of punishment or sexual violence. After John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry, Tennessee lawmakers began to consider forcing all free blacks out of the state. Some feared that they would incite rebellion amongst the enslaved, leading to legislative threats of re-enslavement. When Tennessee joined the Confederacy in 1861, its constitution protected slavery. And Jefferson Davis declared in 1863 that all free African Americans in the South were to be placed on slave status. What the slave-holding class in the Civil War was about preserving slavery. For African Americans, it was a path to freedom. Once slavery ended in 1865 and Reconstruction of the war-torn South commenced, the founders of the small community, later known as Promised Land, crossed over into it.
Thank you and good morning. It's good to see all of you. So often people have asked, where did we get all of this information about Promised Land? And I tell them that, of course, there are many sources for our writing. And my primary source was the oral history that I received as a child, and they were stories that had been handed down from generation to generation. My primary source was my mother, and she's pictured here doing what she enjoyed doing, and that is sharing information. And my mother was a third generation descendant from early Promised Land settlers on both sides of her family. She lived to be 101 years old, passed away in 2017. I enjoyed 15 glorious years of sitting at her feet and hearing these stories. After I retired and moved back to Tennessee, this was a welcome experience, unexpected experience. So I gained a lot from her. Her roots were in Promised Land, and that's where she was all her life. Personal observations and experience, my personal experience. I'm a fourth generation of the settlers of Promised Land. So I had a bird's eye view of these things, and then archival research. There was a particular book called The Heritage of Dickson County. It was published in 2007. I had the fortunate experience of working on that book. That book provided a whole lot of information because it went way back to before Promised Land was even settled. And so I was able to see who some of the landowners were before we settled there. Here we see a photo of an example of honoring the men, some of the men who fought with the U.S. Colored Troop, John and Arch Nesbitt, who were brothers and went into the military, and one followed the other. John went first in 1862, and he was followed by his brother, Arch, in 1863. So not only were these two men settled in Promised Land, there were at least 5 others that we have found that settled in Promised Land and provided a rich history. When you read the book, you'll see bios of these men. I call them the valiant men who fought with the U.S. Colored Troop for our freedom. Here we see the Promised Land School. And the Promised Land School building was actually built around 1880. It still stands today. It serves as a museum of sorts. And it was built on land that was donated by John Nesbitt. John Nesbitt donated this building after he received compensation as being responsible for the handling heavy artillery, such as cannons. He was responsible for firing the cannons as well as maintaining them. This occupation left him with injuries that were lifelong. And after 12 years of request from the Department of Army, he was finally compensated. And with the funds that he received, he was able to buy 125 acres of land. And with some of that, he was generous to donate a spot of land for the Promised Land School. And down in the picture, you'll also see the inside of the building after it was restored and made into a museum. So the museum tells the story of Promised Land School, and we also have a section that talks about the community and tells stories about the community. Thank you. The Promised Land Church. This was one of 3 buildings that was in the community. And it was once the St. John Methodist Church. It served the community from 1884 until 1992. It eventually became the St. John United Methodist Church. And over in the right-hand corner, you see a picture of the Theo Edmondson and the Promised Land Singers that grew out of the church in the 1950s. It was a popular gospel singing group that gained notoriety throughout Middle Tennessee. It was particularly remembered because of a weekly broadcast on WVOL. At that time, it was called WSOK, and it later became WVOL, which is still an AM station here in Nashville. The broadcast was recorded live and remotely at Promised Land. This drew people from all over Dickson County and surrounding areas to come and hear them record, but it would be followed by a program afterwards where it was an integrated audience as well as participants. So this was in the 1950s, before integration, and so it kind of set a standard for the community. This was, and it was rare to see this during this Jim Crow era in history.
Without doubt, one of the most amazing chapters in American history is the transition of African Americans from enslaved to free persons. When we reflect on that and see how they defined freedom, land ownership was critical for them. And as we think about how we memorialize that moment in history, we don't have a lot of monuments to Reconstruction. I defy anybody to name one. But we do, in a way, the churches and the schools. One of the most powerful things about going to the Promised Land is visiting that church or visiting that school and being able to put your hands on it and saying that, well, it's not my ancestor, but I know my K's ancestors spent money and put labor into making this space where we come and visit and have big fun in these spaces. So they managed to figure out a way to jump Jim Crow. One story that I found really interesting in the book was a story she shared about an ancestor named Dan Van Leer and Sally Edmonds. And in it, she discusses their wedding, exchanged wedding vows on June 26, 1900. As we try to figure out what was going on in the world at that time, 8 years earlier, Homer Plessy had been forcibly removed from that train in Louisiana. In 1896, the Supreme Court upheld segregation under the guise of separate but equal. Tennessee law at that time defined Negro very broadly. This is including anyone of any African ancestry. If you had any trace of African ancestry, it consigned you to second-class citizenship. Now, what did that mean in real terms? Less funding for public education, a disparity extending from rural one-room school places like Promised Land to Tennessee's only public institutions with black higher education in the state. The Promised Land, we find, offered its residents a refuge from the daily humiliations of Jim Crow. Within the community, dignity and respect prevailed. in stark contrast to nearby towns where segregation was strictly enforced and African Americans' political representation was rapidly declining. By 1900, white Tennesseans, including politicians, were determined to keep African Americans in a position as close to slavery as possible. Senator Edward Carmack, I think we got a statue of him pretty close to where we are right now. His words reflect this sentiment where he says, whites would either recover their mastery or abandon their country. Segregation pervaded every aspect of life. Hospitals, libraries, stores, enforced by colored and white signs, while anti-miscegenation laws criminalized interracial unions. Education was both a symbol of freedom and a target of Jim Crow. State laws mandated strict segregation rules with severe penalties for those who defied it. In response, black communities fortified their churches and schools, turning them into centers not only for education but faith, but also economic, social, and political activity. These institutions taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, fostered excellent and provided strategies for surviving and sometimes thriving under Jim Crow. When we focus on education, this is why that school is so powerful, at least in my mind. During one of my first interviews in the Promised Land, I talked to maybe both Aunt Kay's sisters, and it was the third person, and all of them were valedictorian of their schools. I was like, hey, y'all about the same age. It reveals how very important school was and some of the tools that they used to negotiate the period of Jim Crow.
So the early settlers in Promised Land, they had to clear the land. It was a wilderness. Roughly 1,000 acres of land that was settled by newly freed slaves, newly freed people who had been enslaved. And these pictures here represent the second generation of settlers in Promised Land, and as well as the third and fourth, because I'm on there as well, so I'm a fourth generation. But at the top right, left-hand side, you see my family. My mother, my father's not there, he was at work, but my siblings and myself. And you know what, I recall that day and that photograph being taken. This was about 1952, and my mother was a stay-home mom who was very active in the church and the community. She did a lot of work at the school. She made all of our clothes, and she made costumes for school plays and those kind of things. And she was a superintendent of the Sunday school. So in addition to that, she did the gardening, she tended the gardens, and she harvested the food from the garden and canned them. And I don't know where she got that energy from, but she canned fresh fruit and vegetables. We picked the berries, we gathered the apples and pears, and she made preserve, and she, really made something out of it. Under her photo on the left is a picture of my mother's grandmother. That's where she got that energy and feistiveness. This was Farmy Della Bourne. She was the wife of George Bourne, who was pictured in the center of this slide. She worked with a local physician, and she was an herbalist and a midwife. She was responsible for the delivery of most of the babies that were born in Promised Land between the 1930s and the late 1940s. She also tended the sick, especially those who were bed confined. Now, in the center is George Bourne. George Bourne if you look closely at this picture, you will see that he's standing between two buildings. The building over on his right is the house that Farmer Della's father, whose name was Joe Washington Van Leer, and he settled in Promised Land in 1867, just a few years after being freed and emancipated from slavery. This is the house that Joe Washington built. And then on the other side, on the left side, is a house that Joe Washington built for his daughter, Millie. So George Bowen and Farmer Della inherited this house and the farm and land. And so he raised his family there, and later on, I lived in that house. People, when they look at this picture, they want to know what about his leg? What happened to his leg? That's a peg leg. And George Bowen, in addition to being a farmer, he was the schoolmaster. And he worked, he was one of the early teachers at Promised Land School, and he worked with John Nesbitt, who I talked about earlier, a U.S. colored troop. John Nesbitt and George were hunting, and John's gun went off accidentally, and George lost his leg. But it just kind of tells you that farming, hunting, these were ways of food for subsistence for the people. The early families, the second generation, third generation, and even the fourth generations. But they didn't hunt for sport, they hunted for food. And the gentleman over on the, I'm sorry, but the last gentleman who had on the overalls, he was a very important person to me. He was the brother-in-law of George and Farmer. He married Millie, who lived in that house that was over on the right-hand side of George. But he was called, his name was William Plummer Redding, but we called him Boss. People called him Boss. I called him Uncle Boss. He was quite a character. He was a jackleg preacher. He was the town crier. When a child was born, Farmer Della my mother said that she would follow Farmer Della to deliver the babies. When the babies were delivered, she would run and let Uncle Boss know that the baby was born and what the sex was, and he would then go ring the church bell. And he had a different toll to let people know what sex the child was. And so everybody, the community was small enough that everybody knew who was expecting. And so they could just say, well, Lizzie gave birth to a girl today. And the same way with the deaf, my grandmother would tend those who were near death, and she would let them know when the person passed. And again, Uncle Boss would go to the church and ring the bell. So the church bell wasn't rang just to let people know to come to church, but it was the news of the community. Okay, next slide. Or do I wrap up now?
You need to wrap it up.
All right. Again, these are photos of people in the community at different locations in different places. And I'm going to wrap up right now and pass it over to Dr. Williams.
Okay, because we're up against the clock, I'll use as many time I have to encourage you all to first buy a copy of the book and support Promised Land, but also to visit Promised Land. Promised Land is one of those places, you know, you can go there and whatever your mood is like going in, it's going to be better when you leave. But if you got blues going in, you leave there and you're like, I feel all right. But if you're feeling kind of good and you go there, you leave there feeling as though you can conquer the world. So I encourage you all to visit, and thank you all for your time. Thank you very much.
session today is with Linda Alvin, Associate Professor and Dean of Libraries and Media Centers at Tennessee State University. She has written biographical essays in the Encyclopedia of African American Business, Notable African American Men, Volume 2, the Encyclopedia of African American Popular Culture, and Black Women of the Harlem Renaissance Era. She served as African American Studies Library Liaison at 3 institutions. Ms. Alvin has published and presented at conferences as a member of the African American Fund, which recommends updated research terms for African American studies to the Library of Congress. She held acquisitions and collection management positions at St. Petersburg Junior College, University of Central Arkansas, and the College of New Jersey, before coming to TSU in 1997. Now, please enjoy her session, Zora's Sojourn in Tennessee.
I originally entitled Zora's Sojourn in Tennessee, but as I did my research, I realized that she wasn't just in Nashville, she was also in Memphis, so I have changed it to Sojourns in Tennessee. Although I have 2 degrees in history, I began my undergraduate days as an English major at Kent State University, and my favorite research topic was Langston Hughes and the Harlem Renaissance. I had dozens of Hughes poems taped to my dorm room walls. My favorite poem described my struggles at a PWI in rural Ohio. Still here. I've been scarred and battered. My hopes the wind done scattered. Snow is frizzing, sun is baking me. Look like between them they done tried to make me. Stop living, stop laughing, stop loving, but I don't care, I'm still here. During my research on Hughes, I would often come across discussions about his friendship and collaborations with Zora Neale Hurston. I discovered that they had started out as friends but had turned into enemies when a collaboration on the play Mule Bones collapsed into acrimony. I decided to read her side of the story. I was not familiar with any Black female authors besides Ann Petrie, who wrote The Street. I turned my attention to Zora and started researching her work and reading her biography by Robert Hemingway. When I discovered that she was a Capricorn, like myself, I immediately extended her some grace. After Zora, I began reading books by other Black female authors like Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, Gloria Naylor, and Toni K. Bambara. Early in my librarian career, I was employed in Tampa, St. Petersburg, Florida for 16 years and became aware of the Zora Neale Hurston Festival, which is held annually in Eatonville, Florida. I did not get to visit the town until I moved to New Jersey, and the American Library Association held an annual conference in Orlando. The Black Caucus of ALA sponsored a bus trip to the town and a tour of the museum. This gave me a sense of where Zora grew up and how her stories evolved from life in the region. There is what one of my former history professors called a cottage industry around the life and works of Zora Neale Hurston. In addition to an abundance of published articles and books, there's an annual festival as well as conferences and summits. Her image has been recreated in all types of mediums. My paper will cover Zora's early years in Nashville and Memphis and will be largely based on a 1997 interview in the African American Review with her eldest niece, Mrs. Winifred Hurston Clark, who lived with her in Florida when she was a young adult. She is the daughter of Dr. Hezekiah Robert Hurston, who Zora lived with in Nashville and Memphis. One of the things any researcher learns about Zora Neale Hurston is that she was a great reinventor and even out-and-out liar. about her own life and times. She would sometimes weave a narrative to fit the circumstances. For example, when she attended Howard University, she pretended to be in her 20s, when she was actually in her 30s, so that would be eligible to enter. Her autobiography, Dust Tracks on a Road, contains misrepresentations, such as her father divorcing her stepmother, which he never did. Even Alice Walker has observed that some of the content is suspect. Although early biographers and Zora herself claimed that she was born in Edenville, Florida, she was actually born Zora Neale Lee Hurston in Notasulga, Alabama, and moved to Edenville when she was less than 2 years old. Around that time, her father left sharecropping behind in Alabama and became a Baptist preacher in Florida who pastored the Zion Hope Baptist Church, which is still holding services. Zora and her father had a disorganized attachment, not only because he was not around when she was born and traveled frequently, but also because he openly favored her older sister, Sarah. Reverend John Hurston strongly supported Black success via education and sent his oldest children to a segregated school in Jacksonville. Zora and her siblings were encouraged by both parents to go to school to advance themselves. She enjoyed reading at an early age and absorbed stories and fables like a sponge. Zora was very close to her mother, who she practically worshiped, although her mother tried to keep a firm hand with her. She came from a family of means, was light-skinned, and had married Zora's father against her family's wishes at the age of 19. After 8 births, Lucy Hurston's health was not strong, and when Zora was 13 years old, her mother passed after a debilitating illness. While the grief was still fresh with all of the children, their father remarried 6 months after their mother's funeral. What poured kerosene on the fire was the age of the new stepmother, who was 20 years old, only 7 years older than Zora herself. The young stepmother, Mattie Moog, tried to exert control and discipline, but Zora deeply resented her very presence in the house. According to her own account in Dust Tracks, when she was 14 years old, the two women got into a bloody physical fight that was so violent, her father had to separate them. Recognizing that she would never be reconciled to the new family dynamics, her father sent her to a boarding school in Jacksonville, Florida. I always want to put Mississippi in there for some reason, where she would remain until he ran out of money. She reluctantly returned to Edenville and went home and once again took up menial and servant jobs while reading all the books that she could get her hands on and longing to return to school. Meanwhile, her oldest brother, Hezekiah Robert Hurston, was finishing his medical education at Meharry Medical College. Some sources have him graduating in 1915, but Sandra Parham, director and archivist of the Meharry Medical College Library, sent me a copy of the commencement listing him as a member of the class of 1913. He had married as a freshman, and along with his new medical degree, he and his wife were expecting a child. Knowing that she was still having problems coexisting peacefully in the family home, he invited Zora to Nashville to help take care of his 3 children. She was overjoyed to leave Edenville because she thought she would at last further her education. Upon her arrival, her hosts were met with deep disappointment when Hezekiah explained that he expected her to take care of the children full-time without pay or time for education. She was only going to get room and board. Even with that, she had to perform maid duties, such as being the first one to get up each morning to start the fire. Dr. Bobby Lovett wrote that Zora came to Nashville in 1912 and probably lived in the Black Bottom, an area of North Nashville that includes Black neighborhoods and businesses, as well as 3 HBCUs, Fisk, Meharry, and Tennessee A&I. Her residence in Nashville was brief, because shortly after she came to live with the family, Dr. Hurston relocated his family and his medical practice to an upscale area in Memphis, where he purchased a 2-story home on Scott Street. His brother, Benjamin Franklin, established a pharmacy on the first floor of the same building. In her absence, Zora's father had become the pastor of Macedonia Baptist Church in Eatonville and was elected mayor for 3 terms. The church is still holding services, and it lists him as a former pastor and Zora's father. When he retired, he and Maddie moved to Memphis to be with his 2 sons. Unfortunately, he was killed in a railroad accident the following year. Zora's stepmother continued to live with the family until she passed, and according to Mrs. Winfred Houston Clark, she got along well with all the other Houston children. Zora liked Hezekiah's family, but felt stifled. She ran away from her brother's home and joined a Gilbert and Sullivan theater group as a ladies' maid. According to her reminiscences and dust tracks, she thoroughly enjoyed her time with the traveling troupe and remained with the actress for 18 months. After the actress got engaged and quit the stage, Zora, now in her late 20s, found herself in Baltimore, where she again took up various odd jobs, hoping to save enough for an education. The time with the theater troupe supplied some of the education she used to write her own plays later in life, such as Color Struck and Meeting the Mama. After finishing high school at Morgan Academy, which was run by Morgan State University, she lied about her age and got into Howard University in 1918, where she published articles and received a valuable mentorship from well-known authors like Alan Locke and Jean Toomer. She co-founded the school newspaper, The Hilltop, and joined Zeta Phi Beta sorority. After graduating, she moved on to Barnard, where she was the first African-American graduate and began her journey with anthropology, working with the famed scholar Franz Boas. Her research produced an interview with a survivor of the last slave ship to land in the United States, which was later published as Barracoon. Zora did return to Memphis in the 1920s to visit her brothers, and she made up with Hezekiah. She was very fond of his nieces, and during 1938 to 1940, she invited them to come stay with her in Florida. Both of them met their husbands in Florida and lived there for a while. According to his daughter, Winifred, Dr. Hurston enjoyed a thriving practice. However, my researching this family in Perplexity AI uncovered a little-known story in the Georgia Historic Newspaper Archives about the end of Dr. Hurston's career and probably his life. On November 20th, 1934, an article entitled "Notables to Face Trial for Fraud" reported a story out of Memphis, Tennessee about Dr. H.R. Hurston of 566 Scott Street and an undertaker named N.H. Owen appearing in a preliminary hearing in federal court with Robert E. Russell, a white insurance man, and James E. Coy to answer charges about using the postal services to commit fraud and obtaining money under false pretenses. The November 27th article on the front page related that the hearing had been reset. And it read, Dr. H.R. Hurston and N.H. Owen, Memphis, Tennessee, November 26. According to the U.S. Inspector of Mails, the scheduled preliminary hearing of Dr. H.R. Hurston and undertaker N.H. Owen set for last Thursday morning was waived. The prominent physician and undertaker with James E. Coy, Robert Adams, and Robert W. Russell, white insurance agent, has been accused of violating the Postal Act and using mail to defraud. Dr. Hurston and Undertaker Owen, released on $5,000 bond, are represented by attorney Charlie Bryan. Police accused the men of obtaining money from insurance companies under false pretenses. The deceptive scheme employed by the men was first discovered several weeks ago when Robert Adams attempted to blackmail Dr. Hurston, Owen, and Russell. He later told police that he attempted blackmail because he had not received his part of the money obtained from the insurance companies. A preliminary hearing may be held Friday. The December 4th issue of the Atlanta Daily World added another conspirator, Reverend J.W.M. Brown, and the headline read, "Link Minister in Insurance Racket with Hurston." It turns out that Reverend Brown was preaching funerals for people who were not dead. And Hurston and Owen were signing the death certificates. They were splitting the insurance money and got turned in by Robert Adams, a young man who did not think he got his fair share of the profits. Okay. He sent the blackmail letters through the mail. And that's how the post office got involved, because somebody tipped them off that these letters were being sent. Robert Russell was identified as the leader of the scheme and threatened to kill anybody who cooperated with the police. Our Black Studies database by ProQuest offers digitized copies of the Atlanta Daily World, and it provided additional information. On February 5th, 1935, another front page revealed that the soft-spoken Dr. Hurston admitted to all of the 12 charges. He really didn't have a choice because the 12 people who had been funeralized appeared at the trial to show that they were yet in the land of the living. He received 2 years probation and a $1,000 fine for which he paid half. The reporter noted in the article that the white lawyers referred to all of the black people in the courtroom with the N-word except Hezekiah Robert Hurston, who was referred to as Doctor or Dr. Hurston. This showed how high his job title and station was regarded and how hard or how far he had fallen. The stress, embarrassment, and notoriety of the trial was probably too much for him. He died April 15, 1935, 2 months later, at the age of 53, and was buried in Mount Carmel Cemetery in Memphis. Jonas Gordine had been published in 1934, and that was her first book. But Zora was not mentioned in any of the articles, perhaps because her career as a writer and anthropologist was just ascending, or because her brother tried to protect her from negative publicity. Zora had one more association with Nashville via Fisk University. She had become friends with Charles S. Johnson, the first black president of Fisk, when they were both at Howard, and he published her articles in Opportunity. She would stop by to visit him when she was in the city. She served as a drama teacher and theater instructor at Fisk in the mid-1930s and is given credit for starting Bethune-Cookman's theater department. In December 1934, while her brother was going through the insurance fraud trial, she was notified that she would be awarded a 2-year Rosenwald Fellowship to work on her doctorate in anthropology. But 6 weeks later, it was revoked. She was only to receive $700 to attend Columbia University in New York. In a later correspondence with a friend, Zora blamed the president of Fisk University, a white man named Thomas Jones, with alienating her from the president of the Rosenwald Fund. After feeling that he had treated her in a demeaning manner, Zora had insulted President Jones by telling him that he ran Fisk like a Georgia plantation, and that the Fisk faculty was like house slaves from back in the day who ran and told the master everything. One thing about us Capricorns, when it comes up, it comes out. The president of the Rosenwald Fund was of the opinion that Zora did not have the temperament or the discipline for a doctoral program. Always resilient in the face of adversity, Zora went on to win a Guggenheim Fellowship that paved the way for her to write "Their Eyes Are Watching God" and become a celebrated icon in American literature. She is included in the Rosenwald collection at Fisk. Zora has 2 portraits in the Fisk University Art Galleries by 2 famous artists, Winwell Reese and Aaron Douglas, the founder of the Fisk Art Department. Okay, that is all that I have for my paper, and if you want to read it or recommend it to anyone, it will be in the Digital Scholarship at TSU, which is on our website. It is our open access repository for publications by faculty and students. Thank you.
Since the presentation, we've had 3 of our other committee members to arrive. I'd like to briefly acknowledge Dr. Joel Dark, Professor Gloria McKissick, who's down on the front row, and Dr. Elizabeth Johnson. Up next, we have a performance from Tennessee State University Ensemble in Residence, the W. Krim Singers. Born in North Nashville from a joyful 2018 Wakanda-themed Freedom School presentation at the request of veteran educator and opera singer William G. Krim, the W. Krim Singers have quickly garnered acclaim as a leading voice in the preservation of the African American music traditions. The professional ensemble in residence for the Big Blue Opera initiatives at TSU embraces the full breadth of the Black musical experience. With a peak membership of 70+ members, the ensemble focuses on Negro spirituals, African American operatic and concert repertoire, hymnody, anthems, gospel, jazz, and Americana, while creating professional opportunities for young artists of color. Their work includes programming for the International Florence Price Festival and numerous collaborations with the Nashville Symphony and Nashville African American Wind Symphony. They also contributed to the Grammy-winning The Urban Hymnal in 2022, appeared on the selection Reporting for Duty, a tribute to Leslie Jordan, marking their Grand Ole Opry debut in 2023, and in 2024 became the first African-American choral ensemble featured at the Early Music America Conference. Let's take in their preview performance of Over My Head, Sacred Sounds of the American South. And after this, we will break for lunch.
and welcome to Over My Head, a survey of African American sacred sounds. As our nation approaches its 250th anniversary, this program invites us to listen closely to the faith, resilience, and hope that sustained African Americans long before freedom was promised and long after it was delayed. The spiritual tradition you'll hear today is not simply music. It is testimony, theology, and history carried on the breath of a people. We began with Come Hear Jesus If You Please, arranged by Roland Carter, a Chattanooga, Tennessee native and longtime scholar and steward of the Negro spiritual and African American sacred music. This prayerful spiritual reminds us that faith often begins as a quiet plea, an invocation. Is that better? All right. We began this day, with Come Hear Jesus If You Please, arranged by Roland Carter, a Chattanooga, Tennessee native and longtime scholar and steward of the Negro spiritual and African American sacred music. This prayerful spiritual reminds us that faith often begins as a quiet plea, an invocation whispered in the midst of uncertainty. That spiritual leads us into Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, as famously sung by the Wings Over Jordan Choir. Founded in the 1930s, Wings Over Jordan brought African American spirituals to national radio audiences, preserving these songs while dignifying their cultural and spiritual origins. Today, this beloved spiritual will be sung by our soloist, Ms. Linda Furtado, carrying forward a lineage of voices that lifted these songs from local worship to global witness.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, swing low, swing low, swing low, sweet chariot. Our Lord is coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? My Lord is coming for to carry me home. A band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. So you get there before I do. My Lord is coming for to carry me home. Tell all my friends I'm coming too. Coming for to carry me home. Swinging low, sweet chariot. Our Lord is coming for to carry me home. Swinging low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry
The spiritual tradition is deeply communal, yet it has always made room for individual testimony. Our next selection, At the Feet of Jesus, a sacred art song that reflects the powerful artistic partnership, direct and indirect, between Florence Price and Langston Hughes, two towering figures of the Harlem Renaissance era. A daughter of Little Rock, Arkansas, Florence Price is a pioneering African-American composer, best known as the first African-American woman to have a symphony performed by a major U.S. orchestra. She was deeply committed to integrating African-American musical idioms into classical structures. Langston Hughes' poem uses dialect at the feet of Jesus to evoke the sound and emotional world of the Black church and the spiritual tradition. The text expresses humility, surrender, and intimate devotion rather than grand theological abstraction. Hughes gives us a personal faith, quiet, sincere, and rooted in lived experience. The dialect is not caricature, it is reverent. It honors the speech rhythms of Southern Black worship traditions and preserves the musicality embedded in the language itself. This selection will be presented by Ms. Christina Devon. Please welcome her.
At the feet of Jesus, at the feet of Jesus, at the feet of Jesus, sorrow like a sea, Lord, let your mercy come a-drifting down on me, drifting down on me, drifting down on me. Oh, Lord, let your mercy come a-drifting down, come a-drifting down on me. At the feet of Jesus, at the feet of Jesus, at the feet of Jesus, at your feet I stand, oh my little Jesus, please reach out your hand, please reach out your hand, please reach out your hand. Oh, my little Jesus, please reach out your hand, please reach out your
Spirituals often tell us as much about longing as they do about belief. Couldn't Hear Nobody Pray, arranged by T.J. Anderson, captures the tensions between isolation and hope, the feeling of calling out when it seems no one is listening. Dr. Anderson was a towering figure in American music, a composer, conductor, scholar, and educator who taught at Tennessee State University and helped shape generations of musicians. His arrangements are known for their depth, musical sophistication, and unwavering respect for Black musical traditions. In this setting, The silence between the prayers becomes just as powerful as the sound itself.
Couldn't hear nobody pray, Lord, I couldn't hear nobody pray. Way down yonder on my knees, couldn't hear nobody pray. Couldn't hear nobody pray, Lord, I couldn't hear nobody pray. Way down yonder on my knees, couldn't hear nobody pray. I want to go to heaven when I die, when I die, when I die. I want to go to heaven when I die, to see God's bleeding Lamb. Couldn't hear nobody pray, Lord, I couldn't hear nobody pray. Way down yonder on my knees, couldn't hear nobody pray.
I want to see Jesus when I die.
When I die, when I die, I want to see Jesus when I die. Down by the riverside, couldn't hear nobody pray, Lord, I couldn't hear nobody pray. Way down yonder on my knees, couldn't hear nobody pray. Couldn't hear nobody pray, Lord, I couldn't hear nobody pray. Way down yonder on my knees, and I couldn't hear nobody pray.
Now we turn to the Great White Way. Broadway and musical theater has long told been a powerful space for storytelling and expression. Not without complications, Black American experiences have been pivotal to that. Stephen Flaherty and Lynn Ahrens' Music Ragtime tells the story of New York City and, in a sense, the U.S. in the early 1900s, showing the excitement and tensions through the sounds of a genre of New Orleans, ragtime music. Colehouse Walker, a dignified, educated Black pianist, has been violently humiliated and denied justice in the early 20th century America. After his fiancée Sarah dies following police brutality, he transforms from a hopeful striver into a radical voice demanding accountability. In this moment, he turns from vengeance towards legacy. The song becomes a call to moral resistance. Make them hear you echoes that generational decision. The Great Migration was not merely geographic, it was a declaration. We will not remain silent. We will move, build, vote, organize, create, and be heard. Singing Make Them Hear You, please welcome Mr. Jorian Johnson.
Go out and tell our story, let it echo far and wide. Make them hear you, make them hear you. How How justice was our battle and how justice was denied. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. And say to those who blamed us for the way we chose to fight, that sometimes there are battles which are more than black or white. And I could not put down my sword when justice was my right. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. Go out and tell our story to your daughters and your sons. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. And tell them in our battle we were not the only ones. Make them hear you. Make them hear you. Your sword can be a sermon or the power of the pen. Teach every child to raise his voice, and then, my brothers, then will justice be demanded by 10 million righteous men. Make them hear you. When they hear you, I'll be near you
Okay, I don't have to read a script right now. How is everyone? Did you all enjoy yourselves? Thank you so much for having us here to share this time with you and letting us give you a little snippet of what is to come. This was the preview of Over My Head, and that is our full-length concert that's coming up at the end of this month, Friday, February 27th at 7 p.m. at Scarrett Bennett. It is free. It is free. If you enjoyed what you heard today, and taking a little bit of a journey through the tradition and the importance and the legacy of African American sacred music, please make sure that you pencil it in your calendar. Friday, February 27th. Friday, February 27th at 7 p.m. at Scarrett Bennett, the Whiteman Chapel. That's where we'll be at 7 on Friday, February 27th. We appreciate it so much. As we close out, we're going to give you an opportunity to join us. You're going to be honorary crumb singers as you make your way to your break and to your lunch. We're going to send you off in a good mood. Is that okay? At their core, spirituals are never meant to stay on the page. They were meant to be sung together to steady the spirit, strengthen resolve, and remind communities that freedom was both a promise and practice. We now invite you to lift your own voices as we move into freedom songs, music born from protest, perseverance, and collective hope. These songs carried people through marches, meetings, and moments of deep uncertainty, reminding them that light, once kindled, cannot be hidden. Please join us as Joria Johnson leads us, and we all sing together in two freedom songs, Oh Freedom and This Little Light of Mine.
freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. No more weeping, no more weeping, no more weeping over me. And before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it
So it's my job to wake you up a little bit before we get to the talent. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. This conference and this partnership with the Metropolitan Nashville Historical Commission reflects who we are and what we value: scholarship, public engagement, and the conviction that history and culture are essential to a healthy community. This year's theme for Roots to Resilience is especially fitting for this moment in the day. Roots are what bring us here. They are the deep foundations of African American history, family, place, faith, language, creativity, and struggle. Roots remind us that this history is not abstract or distant. It is local. Resilience is what allows these roots to endure and to grow. Resilience is not just about surviving hardships. It is about sustaining purpose over time. It is about returning to the work after interruptions, after discouragement, after moments of fatigue, and continuing anyway. It asks us to teach completely when simplification is more convenient, and it asks us to insist that African American history and culture are not peripheral subjects, but foundational to how we understand this city, this nation, and ourselves. The College of Liberal Arts deeply believes in this work because the humanities teach us. I'm sorry, I'm being like a student reading from my phone. They remind us that resilience is not accidental, it is a learned, practiced, and passed forward. So as we move into the afternoon sessions, I invite you to stay rooted in what you know while remaining open to what may challenge you. Let the conversations ahead deepen not only your knowledge of the past, but your sense of responsibility in the present. On behalf of the College of Liberal Arts, which includes Lee Williams, thank you for being part of this conference, for sustaining its legacy, and for modeling what rooted, resilient scholarship looks like in practice. Welcome back, and I look forward to the conversations ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Elizabeth. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Johnson. I'm the Associate Director. What is my title? Let me see. I'm the Assistant Director for Operation Planning and Associate Professor at Tennessee State University's Brown Daniel Library. It is a pleasure to see all of you, especially after a good lunch and a great morning. And I know this afternoon will just be excellent within itself. Our fifth session today is Cheryl McKissick Daniel in conversation with our co-chair, Linda T. Wynn. Cheryl McKissick Daniel is president and CEO of McKissick & McKissick, the oldest minority and women-owned design and construction firm in the nation. A fifth-generation builder and author of The Black Family Who Built America, she carries forward her family's 230-year legacy while shaping the future of infrastructure, equity, and generational wealth. A proud Howard alum and civil engineer, Cheryl has overseen over $50 billion in construction, leading projects that have transformed skylines and communities nationwide. Her book traces her family's journey from enslavement to entrepreneurship, highlighting the McKissick's pioneering contributions to American architecture and construction, while underscoring the broader truth that Black families have been foundational builders of America. Linda T. Wynn is the Assistant Director for State Programs at Tennessee's Historical Commission, formerly with the Fisk University Department of History and Political Science. Mrs. Wynn earned her Bachelor's of Science and Master's of Science degrees in History and a Master's in Public Administration from Tennessee State University. In her current role, she serves as a legislative liaison and oversees administrative, budgetary, and state problematic functions. A co-founder of the Nashville Conference on African American History and Culture, Mrs. Wynn is an author and frequent speaker of Tennessee history. She is the editor of Journey to Our Past, a guide of African American markers in Tennessee, and co-editor of Profiles of African Americans in Tennessee, as well as Freedom Facts and First, 400 Years of the African American Civil Rights Experience. Let's listen to their session, which is entitled The Black Family Who Built America, the McKissicks, 2 Centuries Daring Pioneers.
Coming.
book about the McKissicks and your family's journey. You know, when I was reading your book, I went back and I remembered that a long time ago, when I was looking at the McKissick and McKissick history, I would come down to your father's office in the Morris Memorial Building on Saturday, and you and your sister Daryl would sometimes be there. And I could watch you as you all went around the table and were doing certain, drawings and interacting with your father. But it was your father who introduced me to McKissick the first from the Ashanti tribe. And I just think, when I thought about your book, I sort of thought about Roots as well, because it's a history of a journey of enslavement to freedom, to entrepreneurship, and to being the first licensed architects here in Tennessee. I think that license was received in 1921. But what I would like for you to do is just to tell us a little bit about the heritage and the lineage of the McKissicks, beginning with Moses McKissick the first.
Linda, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be back in Nashville. This is my home, and I owe so much to the Nashville community. And to sit here on this campus named after Avon Williams, my godfather, is deeply humbling and personal. As you know, he was a civil rights leader. And when we name institutions like this after civil rights leaders, it lets us know that their fight wasn't in vain. And then hopefully it is becoming structural. Our story, the McKissicks, is really a love letter to my family. It's a memoir about our family, but it's also a business case, as you alluded to. Moses McKissick I was the first descendant of our family who came here in 1790 and was taught the trade of making bricks, and he came from Ghana. And he landed in North Carolina. It was his son, Moses McKissick II, who was given as a gift to the Cheers family in Tennessee. And he came to Tennessee, and that is how our family became rooted here. Moses McKissick II is the one that I am the most interested in, and snuggling up next to my cousin Gloria so I can get more information about him. Moses McKissick II was a master carpenter, but he incorporated the first McKissick business in 1868, which in Pulaski, Tennessee, where the Ku Klux Klan started that same year in Pulaski, Tennessee.
Right.
So how did he make it? And so that's what I've been trying to talk to my cousin about, but I have so many friends in the room, I'm gonna have to take her out to dinner. But I have some beliefs around him. I wanna know who his godfathers were, and I believe they were conditional godfathers, meaning that they needed him for some reason.
Quid pro quo.
Yes, but how could you have a business right in a small town in Pulaski where the Ku Klux Klan started, and they were there to antagonize, to oust out any black firms or companies that were doing well, and end any kind of economic wealth or betterment for black people. So I could go on and on about him. Moses McKissick III is my grandfather, and his brothers Calvin. They became the first black licensed architects in America, with license 117 and 118 in the state of Tennessee. And they were incorporated in 1905 before there were architectural licensing laws. So they had to get their license just to stay in business. So that's a whole story. It's a chapter in the book. And it's a great story because I had to relive what they went through when I opened my business in New York.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting is that Moses McKissick and his wife Dolly, Moses McKissick II, and his wife Dolly, had 14 children, 7 of which were boys. And he taught his boys the trade, and they went on to have businesses of their own. And so I thought that was interesting in that how their father prepared them, even in the time in which they were living. Restricted codes, race, you mentioned possibility of being affected by the Ku Klux Klan. But yet they succeeded, and when you look at Moses McKissick III, and him coming here to Nashville. Can you talk about maybe some of the first buildings that he may have been involved with?
So Moses McKissick III and Calvin McKissick built many, many black churches, colleges, black colleges and universities, from Tuskegee University to right here at Tennessee State. Many of the buildings there. The Carnegie Library at Fisk University, the Tuskegee Air Force Base, which was the largest contract ever awarded to a black firm in the 40s. So they left their mark on probably 19 colleges and universities and about 3,000 churches.
Wasn't one of the first buildings Moses McKissick built, wasn't it for a faculty member at Vanderbilt?
Yeah, it was the Dean of Architecture for Vanderbilt University. You know, so what credibility did that give him when he was an architect himself? Cranville was his name. And he elected to have Moses McKissick III design and build his own homes.
Yeah, so he, I think it was, I'm going to say several because I don't remember the exact number, but there were several buildings that he built for the white community here in Nashville, really before putting buildings at the HBCUs, like his first building on the campus of Fisk University.
And Linda, let's not forget the Morris Memorial Building.
I'm not going to, well, I'm going to get to the Morris Memorial Building because that sort of sticks as a crawl for me. And what went on with the Morris Memorial Building. So I was going to get to that. I kind of mentioned it when I said I interviewed your father there. So when did Calvin join Moses? Because they didn't start out working together. I believe Calvin had done some work or was in North Carolina. He was not here. And then he came back and they formed this partnership of McKissick and McKissick.
That was later on. He made his way to Dallas, Texas. And there are several buildings in Dallas that he designed. And then he rejoined Moses McKissick later, after after 1905. Yes.
Because it was in the 1920s and they had to go through this thing to get their license. And, you know, that's an interesting story within itself. I believe that, you know, if I remember from your book correctly, as you stated, there was no licensing law in Tennessee until the 1920s. And you had these two black test, and they have to be approved by the board. You know, so how do you accomplish this as two black men in a segregated society? Let's call it what it was. It was a segregated society. They had to take courses in order to prepare themselves to take the test. But as we all know, if we just look at something as simple as going to vote during the Jim Crow era and having to count the number of marbles that may be in a jar, there was no certitude that even if they passed the test, that they would know that they would have passed the test. So I want you to talk a little bit about how they maneuvered those circumstances and ended up becoming the first African-American licensed architect in Tennessee.
They persevered.
Absolutely. But how?
They had to get their license or they were going to be out of business. So what they did is lobby the board, and they found one board member that was willing to go to bat for them and say to the rest of the board, you know, we really can't stop them from taking their exam. Let's let them take it. They won't pass anyway. And so they were able to take the exam on the premise that they would not pass. And of course, they passed the first time. And the board did not want to give them their license. But then the board member, I assume he completely outsmarted the rest of the board, because then he said, well, they passed. We have to give them their license. Now, because they became the first black license in America, the state of Tennessee received a lot of recognition. And because of that, the board that did not want them to take the exams supported them to get their license in 22 other states. And all of a sudden, you know, this is a great thing. They took credibility for the fact that they licensed these two black men.
So, in other words, it made Tennessee look good that during the era of Jim Crow, that these two African-American men had passed the test. And Tennessee would be negatively impacted if they didn't let them have license.
Conditional godfathers.
Absolutely. So I thought that was an interesting story. I mean, I knew the story, but when I read it, I said, she got it exactly right, because that's what they were doing. Remember, I mentioned I've been a student of the McKissicks for a long time. So I was, you know, sort of interested in how you were going to touch that particular thing. One of the things that I looked at in your book was after when your father took over the firm after the death of his father, Moses McKissick III. What difference, if any, did you see in the way your father handled the business and the way it was handled by Moses III?
Unfortunately, I was not alive.
I know you weren't alive, but from looking at it, yeah.
You know, I have probably spent more time looking at what were the principles
That's what I'm talking about.
that the McKissicks used and what allowed them to make it or our company to last for 5 generations, because the numbers are not in our favor. For a company to go to the 2nd generation is about 40%, to the 3rd is about 18%, and to the 4th is like 3%, and that is not black companies.
Mm-hmm.
So we are a black company that's in our 5th generation. So I spent more time looking at what were the qualities, what were the core principles of the McKissicks. I didn't look at differences, but when I looked at what was the common thread, that I came up with what's called the 4 P's, and it was persistence, preparedness, perseverance, and productivity. And then when I had to start my business in New York, I added prayer, and I called it the, and now it's the 5 P's. And now that is my compass that I use, are these 5 principles for a lot of different reasons. Persistence reminds me to stay in the room when I know people don't want me there. Because the system in which we're operating, we are in systems that do not want us there. But what I realized is persistence taught me that showing up over and over again is resistance all in itself. And the preparedness is all about excellence. So excellence knows no gender, it knows no race, it silences doubt before it has a chance to enter the room. So I make sure I am prepared. And then the perseverance really helps me when times are slow. Running a business over 35 years, you have its ebbs and flows. So it helps me through that, along with setbacks that I take personal, that I know are personal. It helps me realize that my legacy was not built in one win, but by staying the course, my course, and not paying attention to everything that's going on around me and what others are doing. And of course, productivity is all about results. We're still talking about the results, the McKissick buildings, and now it's all about, is the quality good? Is it excellent? Is it sustainable? Is it best practices? That's what I want people to say about McKissick. It's not Cheryl McKissick, it is the product that we have. And then of course, prayer gives me clarity and dignity to run a business, make hard decisions, and still humble me enough to know that I'm a part of something bigger than myself.
Okay, we only have a few minutes.
And
I have 2 questions that I want to ask. The first is after your father became ill and your mother took over as CEO of McKissick & McKissick, how was she able to do what she did and keep the company afloat? I believe she merged with the company in Memphis, and I know from on the state level, she was very much involved in the National Civil Rights Museum project. I remember, it was her project. I remember going to Memphis on several trips to see how that project was going. But how has she served as an inspiration for you as a woman in the field, like your mother was a woman in the field, and there aren't that many women architects?
It was very difficult, but she had a purpose. And her purpose was that this was a generational legacy firm, and it was not going to change under her watch. And so her purpose was to make sure she maintained the company so that one of her 3 daughters could step in and take over. And she was not playing with that. Also, she had a master's degree in psychology. And we used to say that was the best degree to deal with the manias and phobias of men who could not handle the fact that a woman was running the business. And my mother is a dynamo, okay? She had to fire everybody, and she did not care.
And she did.
And she did. She fired them. She would tell them, I hope you get some flying shoes and fly out of here.
Yeah, so, when you look at the history of McKissick and it going 5 generations, one of the things that your mother said was that she had to save that company for her babies. She wanted to make sure that the company remained in the family, and I think through the work that you do with your company, I believe your sister has a company in Washington, it has remained in the family of McKissick and McKissick for 5 generations. Let's all clap on that a black business has been going on for 5 generations. Thank you, Cheryl. I certainly appreciate you being here and sharing your story of McKissicks and McKissicks. And I'll just say a little bit, when I used to go to the same church, I remember when they were little girls coming with their father to Spruce Street. So thank you so much. Thank you, ladies.
Our sixth session is led by Dr. Daniel Schaefer, a professor of history at Belmont University, where he has taught Russian, Central Asian, Middle Eastern, and world history since 1996. His primary research field, the history of non-Russian Muslim ethnic minorities in the Russian Empire and Soviet Union, engages with the structure of ethnic, racial, religious, and class inequality and their association with the myriad of injustices, large and small. As a member of Christ Church Cathedral in Nashville, he is engaged in a research program to uncover and narrate a fuller and more complete history of the parish's role in the Nashville community, particularly as it relates to race and racial inequality. We now present his session, A White Southern Church Misremembers Slavery, Truth and Fiction in the 1929 Centennial History of Christ Church.
Thank you. I am humbled to be among so many distinguished local historians and specialists on African American history and culture. As you caught from my introduction, I'm not native to this land, I think. I do my research on places very far away, but as it was explained, I've caught the bug for local history and the bug for Black history as part of my work as a researcher for what we call the Isaac Ministry on Race and Faith at Christ Church Cathedral. So let me give you a little bit of background about that place. Christ Church is the first Episcopal church in Nashville. It was founded in 1929 and soon erected a church building at Church Street and South Avenue. In the 1980s, the old church was replaced by the current run at 9th and Broadway, and if you're a Nashvilleian, you may recognize this structure. It was elevated to cathedral status in 1997. In 2020, the church initiated the Isaac Ministry on Race and Faith to study its own historical connections to slaveholding and other forms of racial inequality. So this presentation represents just a very small portion of this research. Like many older Episcopal churches in the South, Christ Church was founded by the local slaveholding elite. Evidence suggests that 85 to 90% of Christ Church families were slaveholders during the census years of 1830 and 1840. The parish generally supported Southern secession, and dozens of men served in the Confederate Army. Despite the presence of enslaved persons in the farms, businesses, and households of most Christ Church parishioners before the war, Black persons, whether enslaved or free, had very limited participation in the worship and life of Christ Church. A portion of the gallery of the old church, shown here on the left, was, however, set aside for Black worshipers. Until the Civil War, most of these were likely enslaved persons who accompanied their owners to church on Sunday, coachmen, nannies, and the like, but there were a small number of free black folk associated with the church as well. The Episcopal Church faced widespread flight of black people away from the denomination after the Civil War and emancipation, particularly in the South. This was largely because of the Episcopal Church's reputation as a slave owner's church and the reluctance of its clergy to grant autonomy and authority to black Episcopalians. When the new Christ Church was built in the 1890s, the parish still hoped that black people would show up for worship and that they would sit inconspicuously in the balcony, as in earlier generations. However, by the early 20th century, the Southern Episcopal Church had moved to a new style of segregation. Rather than continue mixed but segregated worship in the same space, many churches, some churches in each diocese were reserved for black worshipers, while parishes like Christ Church became exclusively white. In preparation for the church's centennial in 1929, a committee of parishioners prepared a book-length study, a book-length history of the church, including biographies of prominent church members, recollections and chapters on the church's role in local and national events. This was a large project involving 36 persons as authors, contributors, and editors. The end result, known affectionately as the Red Book, provides much valuable information and incorporates historical information from primary sources and memories that would otherwise have been lost. Yet the work was infused with many of the tropes of white Southern identity of the day, what we now call the myth of the lost cause. In this narrative, the antebellum South is romanticized, slavery was a benevolent system, the Confederacy was a just cause, Reconstruction was a horror, and freed slaves were incapable of dealing with their new lives without benevolent white support. It seems hard to imagine how this narrative could have been otherwise, given how many in the church had owned slaves, supported the Confederacy, memorialized it, or participated in the ongoing racial segregation of public life. As a small example, Mrs. Anne Rankin, the white female journalist who edited the Red Book, had raised money for the Jefferson Davis Memorial erected in Richmond in 1907. The narrative, including its lost cause mythology, this narrative has long been enshrined as part of the official history of Christ Church, shaping the church's self-image and perception of its past, even as the church has moved in a much more progressive direction and has sought to grapple with the troubling aspects of that history. Several passages describe the supposedly close personal relationships of white slave-owning families with the people they held in bondage. Of particular interest were stories of black women, usually elderly, presented as unusually devoted to their former white enslavers and the church where they worshiped. I would like to explore with you two of these stories, highlighting how church members misremembered and misrepresented the past as they spun sentimentalized stories about slavery in the Old South. Both derive from a chapter entitled Where Memories Gather, written by the book's editor, Anne Rankin. We will use these stories, written by and for white Southerners, to interrogate the realities that they concealed. Let's start with this sentimental story. Aunt Martha Armfield was a slave who clung to her mistress and who wished to join her mistress's church. Mrs. Armfield was unwilling to allow this until Aunt Martha had visited the colored churches and fully made up her mind where she would be happiest. She made the rounds of the churches and decided to be confirmed at Christ Church. On the night of the confirmation, she waited until the white candidates had taken their places, then she knelt at the altar rail. Contrary to his custom, the bishop began at her end of the chancel, and Aunt Martha's hoary head was the first upon which he laid his hands. A northern man passing through the city exclaimed, "I never expected to see anything like that in the South." This narrative foregrounds the theme of white slave owner paternalism. Mrs. Armfield shows care for Aunt Martha's religious life and grants her autonomy to choose a church for herself. The bishop unexpectedly confirms Martha first before the white confirmands. Many Christian readers might hear a resonance of Jesus' words in the Gospel of Matthew, that the last will be first and the first will be last. Slavery is, suggests this story, a godly institution, at least not at odds with Christian belief. The northern man's reaction suggests another theme, northern prejudice and miscomprehension of the innate goodness of antebellum Southern culture and society. The mistress in this story, Mrs. Armfield, is not hard to identify. This was clearly Mrs. Martha Franklin Armfield, wife of John Armfield, who made his fortune as a domestic slave trader and co-owner of the firm Franklin and Armfield. Martha was not only John Armfield's wife, but also the niece of her husband's business partner, Isaac Franklin. Between 1828 and 1836, Franklin and Armfield trafficked over 8,500 enslaved people from the Upper South to the Deep South. Isaac Franklin invested his wealth in Fairview Mansion in Gallatin and vast plantations in Louisiana. He died in 1846 and left his fortune to his widow, Adelicia Acklin, mistress of Belmont Mansion here in Nashville, which is, of course, on the campus of Belmont University. John Armfield used his wealth to invest in two Tennessee enterprises, the resort at Beersheba Springs and the University of the South in Sewanee. Despite living in Sumner County, Tennessee, Mrs. Armfield became a communicant of Christ Church in 1852 and received a Christ Church funeral in 1904. She was a well-known figure to older members of the church. But what can we say about the slave woman mentioned in the story? Nearly all parish registers have survived, including records of baptisms, confirmations, weddings, and funerals. Notes in these records sometimes identify the person involved as a colored man or colored servant or free colored. Using these and other clues, we identified in the early records about 36 baptisms, confirmations, and marriages for people of color, both enslaved and free. These data here on enslaved persons show no slave named Martha among the confirmations or anywhere else. Here are the data on free black individuals mentioned in parish records, both before and after the Civil War. We find no Martha Armfield here either. However, further sleuthing suggests that the enslaved person in this story is Matilda Franklin. Her baptism is recorded for January 31, 1875, and her confirmation followed on February 7th, and you can see her up there. Matilda also shows up on an undated list of communicants from the 1870s. If this is the woman in the story, then the events occurred a decade after the end of the war rather than before. Another piece of evidence is Matilda Franklin's obituary. It tells us that she died at the age of 50 in 1878 and that she was the lifelong faithful and affectionate servant of Mrs. Martha Armfield. We also learn she was a regular communicant of Christ Church, Nashville. So these two sources suggest that the tale of Aunt Martha in the Red Book was inspired by the confirmation of Matilda Franklin at Christ Church in 1875. If so, then whoever served as informants for the story got the master right, the enslaved person's name wrong, and the time period off by a decade, at least. But to be fair, by the time the Red Book was compiled, both Matilda and Martha had been gone for decades, though people who remembered them were still around. Old stories do get garbled sometimes. The obituary relates that Matilda retained a close connection with her former enslaver, whose family cared for Matilda in her final days and permitted her to be buried in the family cemetery. While the theme of white paternalistic care shows up, the obituary spends much more time praising Matilda's honesty, modesty, and compassion, as well as her charity work at Christ Church as an active member of the Parish Aid Society, an organization previously the preserve of white women only. We begin to get a fuller picture of a hard-working Black Episcopalian woman active in a church full of former enslavers at a moment during Reconstruction, before strict segregation descended upon the South, when a multiracial Episcopal parish in downtown Nashville seemed to be possible. By a great good fortune, 3 photographs of Matilda Franklin have survived. The 2 on the right were passed down among descendants of the white Franklin family, one of whom, Sandra Shelton, who's in this room, I believe, recently donated them to the Tennessee State Museum. The one on the left comes from the collection of Kenneth Thompson, Sumner County historian. Judging by the clothing styles, and I had this checked with a fashion expert friend of mine, these photos were likely taken between the mid-1850s and the mid to late 1860s, at a time when Matilda was still enslaved or just emerging from slavery. The youngster is a great-nephew of Martha Armfield, for whom Matilda may have served as nanny. These photos give us perhaps some insight into the character of this remarkable woman, but I feel like the quest to reclaim this particular Black story has only just begun. The second story I would like to address involves another former slave. Immediately after Anne Rankin's narrative about Mrs. Armfield and her loyal servant, she continues, Aunt Viney always lived with the family of Mrs. Thomas Washington. When a new church was built, she gave $100 for something in the church in memory of my mistress, Mrs. Thomas Washington. With it, the vases for the altar were bought and inscribed from Viney as a memory to my mistress. Much the same information appears in a chapter on memorials in the church. So for some background, Thomas Washington and his wife Mary were among the earliest members of Christ Church and remained active until their deaths in 1863 and 1867, respectively. Their descendants were active in the parish as late as 1945. Several are memorialized in stained glass windows and other artifacts in Christ Church today. This short artifact treats the same lost cause trope as the tale of Aunt Martha, the close personal relationship between an elderly black slave or servant and the woman who enslaved her. In this case, the bond is so powerful that it endured for decades after the end of slavery, extending even beyond death. The historicity of this story is partly confirmed by the vases themselves, which are not only real, but still kept in the cathedral sacristy, wrapped in flannel cloth and brought out for special occasions. The inscriptions were slightly misreported. They actually read, in memory of Mrs. Thomas Washington, 1894. They don't name the donor, but we have no particular reason to doubt that they were presented by Aunt Viney. The story that Viney continued to live with the Washington family after the death of her enslavers is truthful. This was the household of John Kirkman, a prominent Nashville banker and husband of Maria, one of the Washington daughters. The household came to include two more Washington sisters, one widowed and one separated from her husband. That's a whole other story. The children of the three sisters, plus numerous black domestic servants. The 1870 census record for the Kirkman household shows Vina Black as one of the black domestic servants in the household. The record indicates that she was born in Tennessee and could not read or write. Her age is given as 81, but other sources suggest that she was about 20 years younger. The household included several possible children and grandchildren, though the family connections are still hazy. We're still working on that. The black gentleman named Anthony Ellis, that is Elliston, was already or would soon become Viney's third husband. In 1880, the same household includes Viney Elliston, now married to Anthony Elliston. Viney's age is recorded as 70, probably much closer to her actual age than in the earlier census. Towards the start of Viney's story, we have found the deed by which Thomas Washington purchased her in 1894, more of that dreaded cursive writing. It reads in part, William Hartsfield has this day sold and delivered to the said Thomas Washington a certain Negro woman slave named Lavinia, commonly called Viney, aged from 25 to 28 years, for and in consideration of the sum of $700. And the said William Hartsfield doth hereby warrant that the said Negro woman slave is sound, healthy, and sensible. In another document from 1843, we learned that Mr. Washington mortgaged Viney and 5 other domestic slaves in Nashville, plus 22 slaves on his farm in Shelby County as collateral for a loan of $3,500. Whatever else may be said about the relationship of Viney and the Washington family began with an act of human trafficking. By the time she died, Viney had been associated with the Washington Kirkman family for 64 years. According to the memoir of Mary Woods, a Washington granddaughter, upon emancipation, Aunt Viney voluntarily chose to stay with the Washington Kirkman family as a paid servant because of her great love for them. Of course, the options for a late middle-aged illiterate black woman with children to support were limited. Judging by the 1870 census, many formerly enslaved domestic servants remained in service to their former enslavers for at least a few years for economic reasons, if nothing else. Still, it is hard to doubt that Viney developed affection for at least some of the Washington Kirkman clan, particularly her mistress, Mrs. Washington, and those whom she had raised as children and who then took care of her in her old age. Whatever the emotive content of Viney's relationship with the family, her life story and the tale about the vases made her a perfect subject for white ideologists of the lost cause narrative. Indeed, the account in the Red Book stands at the end of 30 years of symbolic expropriation of Aunt Viney's life by those eager to legitimize racial hierarchies in the 20th century. It started with her obituary, written by the Society journalist Ada Scott Rice, who happened to be a member of Christ Church and perhaps knew Viney personally. It begins, and I didn't show all of this, but it begins with the full text of Maria Howard Whedon's sentimental poem, Martha and Mammy, which reflects on the white author's expectation of seeing two saintly mother faces in heaven, the white face of Mother and the black one of Mammy. The obituary continues by praising Viney's half-century of service and her faithfulness to duty and beautiful loyalty to the children and grandchildren. Several examples of the tight bond of affection between Viney and her mistress are provided, culminating with the gift of the two vases to Christ Church as their proof and embodiment. In accordance with the customs of the Mammy myth, the obituary foregrounded Viney's care for the master's children, while not even mentioning her own children or surviving family members. A number of years later, Mary Kirkman, one of the Washington granddaughters who had known Aunt Viney for decades, passed away. Her obituary notes that the altar at her memorial service in Christ Church was adorned with a cluster of white roses placed in a vase given by Aunt Viney, an antebellum servant in the Kirkman family in memory of her former mistress. In a larger symbolic sense, Aunt Viney herself was the adornment, presented in absentia at Mary Kirkman's funeral and written into her obituary, much as black servants would be painted into the background of 17th and 18th century portraits of wealthy European and colonial American elites. There was another ideological project afoot related to what wealthy white Americans were starting to call the servant problem. The trouble was that wealthy women wanted reliable and submissive domestic servants who would work for little money without taking holidays. But poor women, both black and white, increasingly would not be servants without a solid wage and guaranteed time off. Hence the oft-expressed nostalgia among white Southern women for the old days of presumably loyal enslaved domestic servants. As the elderly and formerly enslaved black women who had chosen to continue as domestic servants were dying off around the turn of the century, their deaths occasioned much hand-wringing on the supposed passing away of a better time. Ada Scott Rice, the Society editor who had written Aunt Viney's obituary, returned to the theme in 1903 after the death of two elderly black servants, Chatty Booker and Dicey Morgan, both of whom worked for Christ Church families. Rice wrote a long piece detailing the loyal and faithful service of Aunt Viney and the other two women, but not before reprinting the Mother and Mammy poem one more time and explicitly laying out the pretext for her piece. She tells us, "They are stories worth telling because through them one catches a glimpse of the old happy relations between master and slave that now are shouldered out of the way by the contracts between employers and servant. Records of these older Negroes' lives make pictures that tell the cause of the contrast between the old ideals and the new realities of the Negro question as applied to domestic service. Their well-regulated, orderly behavior, the loyalty and faithfulness, which was the natural order of their lives, was sufficient to call forth from their employers the unwavering friendship and protection which surrounded them." This supposed culture of mutual personal support, she implies, was crumbling in the face of capitalism's cash nexus. However, in a revision of Marx's conception, modern capitalism was not serving the bourgeoisie, but was simply throwing all classes into turmoil. One more reference to Aunt Viney comes in 1912 in a review of a small retrospective of the work of Huntsville artist Maria Howard Whedon, who died in 1905. Whedon had created dozens of paintings and sketches of freedmen and freedwomen, deliberately breaking with minstrel caricatures and dehumanizing images in favor of more humanized and dignified portrayals. She published many of these images together with her own poetry, often written in black dialect and inspired by black folklore and anecdotes. She often visited Middle Tennessee, and it appears that our Aunt Viney was among those whom she painted. I suspect that this sketch, which appeared in Viney's obituary, was Whedon's work. Whatever Miss Whedon's artistic intentions may have been, the reviewer has her own agenda. seeing in these faces, quote, no intellectual light, no great thoughts, no mental superiority, but merely a human appeal, a childlike faith. Even more explicitly than Ada Rice a decade earlier, the reviewer bemoans the supposed decline in respect shown to white people since the time of slavery. So, quoting her now, and those who know and those who have heard of the old days and the old slave Negroes feel something quite indefinable in the portrayals of these people, so different from those of the present generation, and can see an expression that will soon be missed forever in the very look of Negro's face. Those old people had kind, gentle, polite manners and a genuine love and respect for the white people they belonged to. Whatever has come after it in the attitude of the race, the real fine quality of their attitude and manner has entirely vanished. So thus, the Red Book's recounting of the sweet story of an elderly Aunt Viney purchasing brass vases in honor of her deceased mistress, as true as it was on a literal level, was part of a larger ideological project. The life of a woman enslaved, sold for $700, mortgaged, married 3 times with an unknown number of children, illiterate and poor. Her tale has been told almost exclusively by self-interested white voices, and mostly after her death with no rebuttal possible. As with Matilda Franklin, Aunt Viney's complex relationship with the white people around her is distilled in the Red Book to a single episode that affirms the lost cause imagery of loyal, happy, enslaved persons leading lives supposedly much more fulfilling and morally upright than those of the black people of their own time. So in conclusion, the theme of this year's conference is about reclaiming black journeys, stories, and legacies. In the case of our project at Christ Church, we are interested in identifying racial harms perpetrated by the church and its members, and the good things as well. This has meant repeatedly questioning and challenging what the church and its members said and believed about themselves and others. The 2 black stories I have tried to tell today have emerged by scraping off layers of ideology and misrepresentation in search of the truth underneath. The authors and compilers of the Red Book saw their church as enlightened and progressive on the racial issues of the day. For instance, their rector and vestrymen were public in their disapproval of lynching and the KKK. Yet in retrospect, we know that they had massive blind spots that prevented them from seeing the damage caused by the racial hierarchies they took for granted. Something similar could be said of their parents and grandparents, who prided themselves on being good slaveholders who cared for their slaves' spiritual welfare. In both cases, there was a carefully cultivated and willful ignorance about how their own comfort often came at the expense of others, and a failure to recognize the incompleteness or falsity of the stories they told about others. I hope that our research will not only expose the blind spots of the past, but will help us see our own blind spots as well. Thank you.
So before we get to our music, can everybody do a cell phone check and make sure your cell phones are on silent? Because I want to hear the band. Our second performance of the day comes from MD and Cobalt Blue. Award-nominated, regionally celebrated, MD and Cobalt Blue have crafted a sound steeped in roots and culture, reggae music, tempered with spoken word, hip-hop, dripping with soul and funk. Out of Nashville, Tennessee, MD and Cobalt Blue is an authentic fusion of multiple music genres, producing a familiar yet unique sound and vibration. Nominated for Nashville's Independent Music Award for Best Soul Funk Fusion Band 4 years in a row, popular from colleges to clubs and festivals, MD and Cobalt Blue stay busy presenting a brand of music that promotes introspection, love, community, spiritual and social awareness, and the celebration of life. Now, please enjoy this musical treat from MD and Cobalt Blue. Okay.
History and Culture for having us out today. We are Indian cobalt, you know, coming through this vibration of a positive vibration. We're going to drop it off with a little exodus from Brother Marley.
Hey, can you come up a little bit? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
People will fight you down when you see your light. Let me tell you, if you're not wrong, well, everything is alright. So we're gonna go. We want some creation. See, we're a generation to try to bring tribulation in this exodus. free. Set the captive free. Set the captive free. Exodus. Hospital Road, what they call Germantown, right next to Salem Town, between the flood in 2010 when that twisted touch down the north side victimized. This is not the first time. Ran the interstate through the hood, slowly in decline. Clutch your pearls, no surprise. Right before your eyes, residents just pushed out when the cost started to rise. Neighborhoods is sold out. Councilmen capitalizing 37208, high rate incarcerate, plus prime real estate, close to the interstate, not far from downtown where you can buy one escape, Cumberland Riverbank. I remember when the state marching band TSU, summer nights when they played blues, jazz, Jefferson, fish sandwiches and wings. Knockout is gone, but they can't get a memory of Jimmy Evans living next to Fisk University. OG, deep tied in that medical history. Big freedom riders in the fight for liberty. North Nashville has been a gem of Tennessee. Legendary pedigree. Just keep the history from the works of John to the ABC theology. All the way, man, to the homie Mo. With my people stay eating with a slim, but we husky, and there's no competition. Have you and it's my life. There is no competition. Have you and it's my life. There is no competition. Have you and it's my life. There is no competition. There is no competition. If you win, it's my life. There's no competition. If you win, it's my life. There's no competition. If you win, it's my life. There's no competition. This next song is called Shine. And I wrote it because we go through so much and deal with so much, you know what I'm saying? But still we shine though, right? Regardless through all of the things that we have to deal with, we still shine. And we're so beautiful. And I love us for that. This ain't another sad song begging, please don't kill us. It's the Ali, Boomaier, Michael Jackson thriller. That Tupac, keep your head up. Love yourself, the staple in the song we're singing is respect yourself. We sick and tired of the madness, man, kick rocks and move. You really gotta quit. See, it's the middle finger given to the police and anyone that for a second thinks our blood is cheap. This is a prayer for those seeking a righteous path. How we can go when you're so. Then do the math, wailing sounds from Kingstown. All power burning. Stand up for our rights, man, we still learning. It ain't easy. Our past in society, their mouth is never good. Boys to die with no peace till I smile. I refuse to give away my joy. Regardless of the evil, some implore to destroy. This is that sound of max. Keep your head to the sky. Quality like I did. Just to get by. This is for women, black ladies with different skin tones. Royalty, not scared to point at me. Now I'm some Breonna Taylor. Sandra Bland, Korean names. You're in our humble savings lows. We don't know your name, it's such a shame. How many love from being slain? But still, we won't let hate break our plans, so we shine. Listen to me, we shine. Every day we shine. Self-respect as the world spins around and your belly pride. Don't let this being get you down. I ain't have to wait up after wait. I serve a crown that won't tell the saga. How we overpaid and broke heaven to earth. Cause the desert need a rain like a calcified pioneer. Keeping the never change. Love is supreme like cold train through the maze. I give thanks and give praise to the most high. King of kings, ancient of days, forgiving us strength to sustain through dark days. In the faith that no better forms of other ways. So keep your eyes on the prize, like you on that gun thing. See the plot to the wicked, still moving now. Blame you on love, regardless how they hating on this earth. We shine like the book we wrote some wrong shine. Shine, shine. My people just shine. Shine, shine. See every day we shine. Shine, shine. Do the wrong, do the shine, do the love. Never let it bring you like the sun. Shine, shine. Every day we shine. Shine, shine. Do the wrong. We got 2 more quick ones, we're gonna be out the way. I think if we start running, you give me the signal, we'll be done. It's called Thankful. Tell me how you deal with confrontation of reality and the expectation. Even the who can be complicated between your own mind and what others are saying. Holding on when the fruit they're laying. Holding on when your loved ones lose patience. Up at 2 a.m., living room pacing. Plotting how to conquer the goal that you're facing. To move forward, I had to slide adjacent. Nonchalant doesn't mean complacent. You ain't seen my move doesn't mean that I'm stagnant. Moments of doubt, I gotta keep stepping. Old times can't get hard, they're blessing. The world storms, set the table for your blessing. We slowly judge, most time we just guessing. Never know what the most high is manifesting. I'm thankful. So please don't do no fake favors and keep all condescending behavior to be thrown back in my face later. The Most High got me here to be my savior. Even when I don't stay fly player, attract currency cause I don't chase paper. Focus on my grind so I can't see a hater. Praises and glory belong to my maker. I'm thankful. Mr. Frederick Brothers be on the trumpet. the numbers so these fingers won't stop. I've been studying my craft, doing math on the clock, and I won't be satisfied till it's banging down your block. Suffering on your brain waves as you hear drums knock, resonating with the winners while I'm native on rock. Bear witness, God is great, that's the twist in the plot. Collard greens in that pot, 808 in that knock, the buck in that shot, the rain in that drop. This is that cool to the left, that is hip, that is up, there ain't no now. We ain't never chasing cloud, straight across the ground, and we still alive, there ain't no now. We ain't never chasing cloud, straight across the ground, and we still alive. Ain't no doubt in this vibe, I'ma see this vision true. Been a long time coming, but the sun is at the root. Not a whole up and see what was born in my heart. This is love, this is life, this is real, this is heart. Made started with a spark, now the world is on fire. Only you can prevent your own soul from reaching higher. We all manifest and shake reality with the thoughts. We believe in the words that we speak. So we come, do you see for yourself in this life? Now you don't have to tell me, cause I'm focused on mine, working on my own peace and get it out of line. With abundance, get the vine, wipe it down upon my mind. It ain't no doubt. We ain't never take a ride. We still got and we still got something to say. It ain't no doubt. We ain't never take a ride. Straight up out the ground. And we still got something to say. We appreciate your time. Overwhelming this summer, this Mr. Frederick Willis, we make some noise. One time for all. On this place right here, we have Mr. Randall Black Hayes. Y'all make some noise for one time. On the drum right there, we have Mr. Kevin Webb. Y'all make some noise for one time for the aisle. And this is Mr. Jamil Aziz on the keys. Y'all make some noise for one time. My name is Matthew, and together we are MD and Cobalt Blue. And we really appreciate this opportunity. We hope that we added something valuable with our time. And we're about to get out the way, but there's plenty more to go. See, I gotta tell them to stop. I gotta tell them to stop.
Our seventh session is presented by Dr. Renato Vicar, who currently serves as a lecturer in both John Martinson's Honor Program and the History Department of Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville. He possesses a bachelor's degree in history from the University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana and a master's degree in criminal justice, a PhD in historical studies from Southern Illinois University. His research focuses on 19th and 20th century United States history, with a particular emphasis on white on black violence. For the past 6 years, Carr has been researching James Person's 1942 lynching in Edgar County, Illinois. His article surrounding Person's lynching has been approved by the Journal of African American History. Here now is his presentation, Somerville, Tennessee, Negro Slaying, the 1942 lynching of James Edward Person.
Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I am excited to be here, thrilled to be here, and it's just good seeing so many people. I feel like I'm under pressure because all these great presentations today have got me sweating and nervous up here, but I'm gonna do my best. So I want to start off with this picture right here. A friend of my daughter drew this picture. I asked her to draw a picture of James Person running in a rural area in the Midwest. And she drew this from charcoal for me. And I asked her to make sure to put white woman in the front. So white woman didn't start this, this lynching, anti-black violence started this, but white woman put the fuel on the fire that just made this explode. So I thought this was a really good picture. She did a good job. It's a really large picture she did out of charcoal, and I appreciate that. And I thought she might just charge me $40, $50, about $500 for this, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get this started. That's just the title of my presentation. That's a newspaper title. Came from the St. Louis American. So, let me tell you about the path that led me here. I'm from East St. Louis. My grandparents were part of the people that fled from the South to the North. My grandmother came from Starkville, Mississippi in 1921 and landed in East St. Louis. But she used to always tell me that her father, my great-grandfather, came to East St. Louis in 1917, trying to get a job before the family moved up there. And she used to always say that within maybe 6, 7 hours of him landing in East St. Louis, the East St. Louis race riot popped off. And it's really not an appropriate term because race riot gives you the impression that it was even. It was really indiscriminate anti-black violence. It wasn't a race riot. It was white-on-black violence. But anyway, my grandmother used to tell me that her father, my great-grandfather, fled across what was called the Municipal Free Bridge, which is a bridge in East St. Louis that connects to St. Louis across the Mississippi River. And maybe 100 or so black people ran across this bridge trying to get out of East St. Louis. So in my grandfather's case, great-grandfather's case, he ran across that bridge with other African Americans, went to St. Louis, went to Union Station, and took the train back to Starkville, Mississippi. So you rarely hear about black people fleeing the North, in this case, the Midwest, for the South because of violence. And that always stuck with me. So I knew I wanted to do some research on these black people running across this free bridge. So I go to the East St. Louis Public Library, and they have an extensive collection on the East St. Louis race riot. But I'm trying to look for these black people who ran across this bridge in 1917. Can't find much, but let me go back real quick. Here's some pictures of the free bridge too. I went to the bridge a couple of times, and then last year, it's defunct now. They tore it apart in the 1980s. But the first time I went, there was a sign up there that says, no trespassing. So you know when I see that, I gotta look to my left, look to my right, make sure nobody's looking, and I trespass. But the second time I went, the sign was gone, the fences opened up. But this is the part in East St. Louis right here. Let me show a couple of pictures. It's a fascinating bridge. So you come around the turn, and this is one reason why they shut it down, because they had a lot of car accidents on the bridge. The turn was too sharp. And you can see right there, the arch, St. Louis Arch. And I deliver this presentation a lot, different places, and I get more people who think that East St. Louis is in the state of Missouri. So I know that nobody in this room thinks that East St. Louis, Illinois is in the state of Missouri, right? Okay, all right. So anyway, that's the Free Bridge. And if you keep walking, it looks like it just basically cut off. You know, they got some barriers up there, but it just stops. And it's very dangerous. Anyway, so I'm at the East St. Louis Public Library looking for some information on these black people who ran across this free bridge. Can't find anything. It's one small article, and it was 3 sentences. Didn't say much. But what I did find was this article right here. And it basically says, deserter shot, October 12th is found, Paris, Illinois. The body of a Negro fatally shot on October 12th as he fled from a sheriff's posse northeast of Paris was found Friday in a tract of timber. Authorities identified the body as that of James Edward Person, 33 of Somerville, Tennessee, who they said was a deserter from the 4th Battalion of the Quartermaster Corps, stationed at a Louisiana Army camp. The Negro had been sought by the posse after he had frightened several farm families. And I should back up, then go back a little bit. So Person's story is one about the North, the South, the Midwest, but more than that, it's a story about Tennessee, because Tennessee is at the center of Person's story. He's from Somerville, Tennessee, which is Fayette County, which has a disturbing history of white supremacy. If you know, guys, have read anything about Fayette County, Tent City, you know, black people couldn't even vote in there until the late 50s, early 60s. So anyway, it's a strong Tennessee connection. But I found this article. I said, that's interesting. I never heard of this. I had heard of Paris, Illinois, because I went to school at University of Illinois, which is in Champaign. Paris is maybe 60 miles from Champaign, Illinois. But I never went to Paris. But I printed it out, so I'm gonna keep this in my file just in case. Next week, I go down to East St. Louis Public Library, and I'm still looking on something on this black people running across this bridge. Can't find anything, and I come across this article right here. U.S. indicts 13 lynchers. Negro man and woman served on federal grand jury. A federal grand jury indicted 13 persons on charges of conspiracy to violate the civil rights statutes in the death of James Person, October 12, 1942, near Paris. So this twice within a week, I'll find something on James Person. So at that point, I decided that I'm gonna dedicate my research on James Person's case. I put the little information I had on about the Free Bridge down, which wasn't anything anyway. But this article stuck out to me because it tells me that it's a federal case, which is very rare. It's 1942. Very rare that the federal government is indicting white assailants for violating the black person's civil rights. So that stuck out to me. So one of the first things I did was I ordered the FBI file from National Archives in College Park, Maryland. They confirmed that a file existed. They told me it would take 3 years to get because they're backed up. They was doing COVID, all this stuff. And it ended up taking me a little bit more than 3 years to get that file, but that's what I did. And essentially I dedicated, that was in 2019, I dedicated the next 5 years or so to researching a person's case. Let me get into it. All right, before I do that, I'm gonna let you all know that scholars have never been able to come up with a definition of what lynching is. That's always been debated. Oftentimes, you know, we think of a noose around a victim's neck and a body being suspended from a tree, but scholars say that lynching can be any level of mob violence, someone being drowned, shot, burned, anything like that. So I just want to throw that out there early on, that there's no consensus to actually how to define lynching. Okay. This is one definition from a scholar. I won't spend too much time on that, just letting you know that the definition has always been debated. So, with that said, who was James Person? And I told you all he's from Tennessee. He was born September 16th, 1909, in Somerville, Tennessee, which is Fayette County. His father's name is Christopher Columbus. I like that. Christopher Columbus Person. And his mother's name was Topsy Person. He was third or fourth sibling. His uncle's name was Vanderbilt Person. So, very interesting. So, Somerville is about 44 miles west of Memphis. And like I said, Fayette County has a horrible history of repressing black people's civil rights, Tent City, and all that, the McFerrins, and all that. Read up on that. It's pretty tragic and sad, but it tells you a lot about black people and their desire to have civil rights, their activism in Fayette County. So, with that said, let's keep it moving. So he was drafted into the United States Army on April 14, 1941, age 32, 11 months of service, got honorable discharge, medical disability, and he had a venereal disease. Now, he was never stationed abroad, never fought combat. In fact, most black people during World War II when the service did not fight in combat troops. The military thought black people were cowards, weren't intelligent enough, long history of that. But he was stationed at 2 Army bases within the Deep South, Fort Benning and Camp Alexandria in Louisiana. So, this is, the person is from the Upper South. This is the first time he is not with his family, not surrounded by community, and he's stationed on these highly segregated military bases in Georgia and Louisiana. And I think that affected him mentally, but that's all, supposition, I do not know. With that said, when a person returned home from the service, his father knows that his behavior had changed. He became paranoid. He told his father that people were trying to kill him. He told him he would duck behind curtains when cars would come by. We might call that PTSD, I don't know. But he was having a problem adjusting coming back home. So the father called the white physician in Fayette County, John Morris, who was very interesting himself. He diagnosed the person with this term called persecution complex, which I had never heard of. It has never been an official diagnosis, but a diagnostic and statistical manual, the DSM. They don't recognize that, have never recognized that. And it seems to be a term that was used in the 40s and 50s predominantly to refer to African Americans. It's basically a fear, a paranoia that you are going to be killed, or feel like someone is attempting to take your life. So I don't know where John Morris got it from. He went to medical school here at Vanderbilt. I think he graduated in 1915, long before African Americans were admitted to Vanderbilt Medical School. I believe the first black person was 1970 at Vanderbilt. Anyway, John Morris, who happened to own majority of land in Fayette County, came up with this term, persecution complex. In the meantime, James Person tells his mother and father, I need to get out of here. I need to get to Chicago to blend in. People are trying to kill me. He hops a freight train in Jackson, Tennessee. Freight train was a very common way of travel in the 40s. You hop on, you hop off, as long as you don't get caught. His aunt lived in Jackson, Tennessee, his mother's sister, and I know all this because I had the FBI file. For whatever reason, James Person is either thrown off that freight train or gets off by mistake in Libertyville, Indiana, which is Vigo County, Indiana. Very rural, all white, farming community. I've been up there 4 or 5 times. It gives me the creeps. So I can only imagine what it was like in 1942. So what James Person starts doing is going to the houses of these white people in this community, asking for food and water. Now he's going to the back door, which is very significant, because this is what he would do at home. It was not unusual for black people to go to white homes in the South, in the rural South, in Fayette County, and ask for food and water. It wasn't unusual. So he's following Jim Crow protocol that he would in the South. But that same Jim Crow protocol does not work in the rural Midwest because the white people go into an absolute panic as if they've never seen a black person before, which is odd because Paris, Illinois is only about 15 miles from Libertyville, Indiana. Paris, Illinois had about 200 black people. That's not to say that they were seeing black people every day, but they went into a panic. In the meantime, James Person's father, he's been gone for a couple of weeks. James Person's father puts this out in the newspaper. Can't find his son. They're looking for him. You can feel his father's concern by reading this missing person advertisement. He's concerned. And I just happened to stumble across this when I went to the University of Illinois Library. Some information is not correct because James Person was not 6 feet tall. He's about 5'5", so I'm not sure how that got in there. But anyway, that's missing person. Okay. So James Person is going door to door, asking food and water. White people go into a panic. They call the Vigo County Sheriff's Department and say, this strange colored man in the neighborhood, we're not used to seeing coloreds. Can you please help us out? About 50 or 60 people, white people convene at this bridge in Libertyville, Indiana, trying to figure out a game plan. The sheriff comes, and the sheriff issues this statement. This is a statement he gave to the FBI. He contradicted himself numerous times to the FBI. They interviewed him 3 or 4 times. But basically, the sheriff gave the crowd an order to shoot to kill. Okay? And this is his statement. In the meantime, person has crossed the Indiana state line. He is now into Illinois, Eckerd County. He is spotted earlier that day, maybe about 11 o'clock. This is October 12th, 1942. He is spotted earlier that day, and 2 shots from Winchester pump shotgun were fired at him. One of the men who got interviewed by the FBI later on said, I'm not sure how I missed him because I heard it rip through his leather jacket. But they did miss. Hours later, person is in Eckerd County, Illinois. He goes to a home asking for food and water. The whole neighborhood knows because if anybody in this room is old enough to know the party line system, if you know what the party line is, the whole neighborhood knows that this strange colored man is in the neighborhood because of the party line is blown up. So be careful. He goes to his home, it's about 7 o'clock, and he runs straight into a man called James Stickler, who happens to be Justice of the Peace for Eckerd County. Person asks for food and water. He goes in the house and gives it to him. Brings it out to him. He asked James Person where was he from. James Person said Tennessee. He asked him where he was going. He said he was going to Paris, Illinois. James Stickler, in his statement to the FBI, said he was very short, very kind, and he did nothing unusual. James Person thanks him and walks away. And when he's walking away, 4 cars come flying down the road. And I think what happened, and the FBI report doesn't say this, but I think what happened is that when James Stickler goes in the house to get him food and water, he tells his wife to contact the neighborhood. This colored man's out in the front yard. That's supposition, I don't know. Anyway, 3 cars come. James Person runs back to James Stickler and says, what are all these cars doing? James Stickler says, I don't know, but don't run. So 9 men get out, shotguns, rifles, pistols. James Person starts running. They start shooting. In his statement to the FBI, James Stickler said that he could feel the bullets whizzing past his head. He says he sees James Person run. He saw him fall. He saw him get up, jump the fence. He saw him fall again. He saw his hat fall off, his left shoe fall off, ran into the cornfield. October 12, 1942. It's dark now. Cars are shining their lights in the cornfield. They look for him, don't find him. 6 weeks later, November 24th, Thanksgiving Day, a hunter is hunting squirrel. I know more about squirrels, barbed wire fences, corn than I never knew in my life by doing this story. But a hunter is hunting for squirrels and finds James Stickler's body underneath the tree. In his statement to the FBI, he said his face was highly decomposed. He had bullet holes in his back. His pants had slipped down, and his face was slipping off. Coming to find out, James Person had 60 shotgun holes in his back and a 22 in his right abdomen. Okay, I gotta speed up. I got 5 minutes left. So anyway, what ended up happening is that James Person's father contacts the American Legion in Jackson, Tennessee, and says, my son was murdered in Illinois, can you help? The Negro branch of the American Legion in Jackson, Tennessee, they write the Department of Justice, and the FBI gets involved. And the reason why the FBI gets involved is because FDR is concerned because the Japanese are dropping what's alleged to be propaganda towards black troops. Like, why are you all fighting against us when you have no rights at home? So FDR was embarrassed by that. He was concerned by that. And so what he does is establish the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. And one of the first cases they investigate is James Person's. Anyway, the first case they investigate is the lynching of Cleo Wright, happened in Sikeston, Missouri, but there was no federal indictments, which means there's no federal conviction. He was burned alive. That's a good book. Anybody wants to get that book. Anyway, so these are all the agencies that did not investigate James Person's murder. It was a murder, but what happened is that 13 people were indicted for violating James Person's civil rights. This is 1942. And where did they go to court? East St. Louis, which is why those newspaper articles were in the East St. Louis Public Library. They got indicted under 241, conspiracy against rights. This might look familiar to you all because this is what Trump was indicted on during January 6th. He was not convicted on that, but he got indicted on that. And they got indicted on USC Code 242, deprivation of rights. So, with all that said, indicted just means the grand jury has met and found probable cause. Does not mean you've been convicted, but Person's case is different because the men were convicted. The charges against the sheriffs were dismissed because they said they weren't present during his killing, which is true. but they still should have been convicted. Anyway, the sentence that those 9 farmers got, they took what's called a no contest plea. You can't even do that in federal court anymore. Basically means that the defendant does not admit guilt and does not deny the charge. So you don't admit guilt and you don't deny the charge. Ridiculous. They really only do it in traffic cases now. The sentence they got was $200 fine. So James Person's life was worth $1,800. The max they could have got for violating the person's civil rights in 1942 was 5 years in a federal penitentiary. So, with all that said, this is sheriffs who were indicted but not convicted. This is assailants who were indicted and convicted. And I think it's very important to say their names. They got the chance to live their entire lives, never having to apologize, never calling the person's family and say, look, Mr. Person, let me talk to you about what happened. They got to live their lives in full while the person's family struggled with their loved one's death. So it's important to say their names. Okay, but let's be clear, these men committed murder, even though their conviction is a civil rights violation. So with that said, where am I at? That's a picture of the men, it's the best I could find. The 2 men sitting down are the lawyers. The 8 standing up are those who were convicted. There's 1 missing. He was in the Navy. And that's Christopher Person, James Person's father. The family gave me this picture. I met with them in Somerville, Tennessee 2 summers ago. They're still reeling over this pain. They said, Mr. Carr, just get our story right. Make sure you put the family's pain and suffering first. So I try to keep that in mind. That's James Person. They gave me that picture. There he is again. That's the bridge where all the assailants met in 1942, where they fired the shots at him. That's the cornfield he ran through. He would have been all cut up running through that cornfield. This is where they found his body. It's about 1 acre, so I don't know the exact spot, but that's looking into the cornfield. And that's his parents' headstone. So they never got the chance to get justice. You know, a $200 fine is not justice. James Person is buried in a cemetery. The cemetery officials will not tell me exactly where because they're mad at me because I informed them that up until 1968, their cemetery was segregated. They refuse to believe that, even though information is right before their eyes, so they don't want to tell me, but I know where he's buried at anyway. So I'm trying to get him out and brought to a veteran cemetery in Tennessee, because that's what the family wants. And thank you all, appreciate it.
Our final presentation today is led by Reverend Troy Merritt Jr., a native Nashvilleian, is a 1966 graduate of Pearl High School and a Fisk University alumnus. Merritt participated in the Nashville Civil Rights Marches during the 1960 to 1968 era. Influenced by Reverends Andrew White, Kelly Miller Smith, and others, this led him to advocate for those marginalized by society. He has studied at American Baptist College, Trevecca Nazarene University, Tennessee State University, and received a Master's of Divinity degree cum laude at Memphis Theological Seminary. Reverend Merritt accepted the call to preach at Lee Chapel AME Church here in Nashville in 1978. From 2004 to 2012, he served as a presiding elder of the South Nashville District. A representative of the African Methodist Episcopalian Church Tennessee Conference, Reverend Merritt has worked with at-risk youth in a variety of city and government capacities, as well as in a private, non-for-profit mental health center. So let's now enjoy our last presenter, Reverend Troy Merritt, who's going to speak on the Pearl High experience, something money cannot buy.
not by. Thank you. All right. Now we can do this one of two ways. It can be a monologue or a dialogue. Which one do you prefer? Both, mixture of both. I am a graduate of the Pearl High School. The official name, my friends, today as we stand here is Martin Luther King Magnet at Pearl High School. That's the official name. Because of when it was first changed, the Pearl High Alumni Association members at that time got together and said, this is not right. Now, I believe that God is laughing at us. The irony of Pearl High School on the corner of 17th and Joe Johnston, to me, doesn't make sense. Who was Joe Johnston? A Confederate general. Pearl High School, built by McKissick and McKissick, historic as it is, on the corner, and across the street, John Henry Hale Holmes, named for a surgeon, a great surgeon from Meharry. 2 blocks to the north, you have Fisk University, named after a Union officer who gave money and property for Fisk Park, which stretched all the way to where Tennessee State is, and gave them land. God must be smiling and asking the question, when are they going to get it together in Nashville and understand that my hand is upon them? I'm grateful to be here today. For years, at least 6, 7 years, I walked up the street from John Henry Hale projects. Now we call them John Henry Hale homes, John Henry Hale condominiums. If you Google black student involvement in Nashville sit-ins, there used to be a sentence that said, and black and Pearl High School students. But now it's only Pearl High School mentioned. Now, here's the problem. Young people, seniors like me, and all in between. Pearl began as an entity. I'm not trying to fact check everything because there is a search engine, Pearl High Alumni Association. You can Google it, or you can look it up on any search engine, and it will give you a lot of categories. And then about 7 places down, you can click, and it will give you the pictures of many, many people who are graduates of Pearl High School who worked there, taught there, or attended. Now, I say that to also help you understand that Pearl High, the Pearl High experience, includes many of the other schools that you don't know were part of the Pearl High family. Pearl began as an elementary school, and then a junior high school, and then a high school. All right? You can look that up. Now, who are they related to? Washington Junior High School, named after a principal who was there for 20 years at Pearl High School. And then Cameron, which was Pearl Junior High, Cameron High School because of Lieutenant H.A. Cameron, who left after, one version says he taught 20 years at Pearl, Another says 30 years at Pearl. In World War I, he went on leave, joined the army, went to France, was killed in France in Ardennes Forest. They renamed Pearl Junior High Cameron School. Meigs had the first high school class, but it got so large that they built another school. They moved it, and I think, now you can fact check me, I don't mind that. I think it was 1898 when the first graduating class of Pearl High marched in June of that year. Now, I may be leaving something out. When I taught history for 17 years in Nashville, in corrections, I probably was the first alternative classroom teacher in Nashville, locked in with 25 students. People wonder, why would you take a job like that? I said, because I see a reflection of me. You didn't get it, that's all right. But the legacy part is because of educators. I'm here because of educators, men and women in schools that I just named, Washington, Pearl, and Fisk. But yet, I was in the neighborhood. When my class meets, I get the prize because I went to 5 different elementary schools. I get the prize because I went to more schools than anybody else. I'm a psychologist's nightmare, a sociologist's nightmare, because I'm supposed to be where? Say it loud. I'm supposed to be in jail or either dead. But there was something money could not buy. What people did not know, even though I was told that teachers of my persuasion in the black schools only made 60% of what white teachers made by law. I was told that. So don't say I stood up here. You look it up. Yet, what was produced in Nashville, Tennessee, Davidson County, in that system, nobody can ever understand or imagine how it played out that way. As an educator, I worked for Metro Public Schools, and I would be in in-service meetings. Probably shouldn't be saying that. I got to go home. I guess a different route. That people will stand up and talk about disadvantaged schools and underprivileged children. And I would say, excuse me, can you tell me what schools you are talking about? Because the school that I graduated from in high school, there are people who went from Harvard to Stanford and everywhere in between. In every endeavor, whether it was working on projects for, it used to be Textron, I don't know what it's called now. But people who, I better add this. I'm the baby cousin of a set of 11 cousins from Brentwood, Harscuffer Road, the Southall family. And now if I go down there, somebody will show up with a gun on their hip and ask me, what am I doing down there? I want you to understand that. King Solomon said, everything that is now has been and will be again. For there's nothing new. Hello? All right. Yeah, we're together, dialogue. So stop wringing your hands about what you see. We've been there before. Maybe it wasn't you, but in this city, the house where I was born at Hubbard Hospital, but at the house we lived in didn't have running water inside the house. And we didn't have central heating and air. We had a fireplace and warm morning stove. And about 2 o'clock in the morning when the embers went down, well, okay. The legacy part has to do with what are we leaving behind? I pointed out a few things because people are telling the story now who are not present. People are telling the story now and leaving certain things out. My involvement personally in civil rights, as I said, I went up the street, First Baptist Capitol Hill, we met there. But most of all the training in nonviolent civil rights were held at the Methodist Body churches. Clark Memorial, Gordon Memorial, Cape of CME Church, Lee Chapel AME Church, Payne Chapel, Greater Bethel, and on and on and on. And I was asking 10 years ago this week, did you march with them when they left the church and came to Gentry Center? I said, no. I did my marching in the 60s when the dogs were there and the cops were there, but they were not there to protect us. But I added this. Now I try to sit in the room where decisions are made about my people. Hello. Other people can march. That's all right. And I'm scared to tell you what we did that made a change because I hear people saying things that I don't remember happening that way. After Diane Nash asked the question to the mayor on the courthouse steps, it was a month before the lunch counters opened. Was anybody in here around that time like I was? Was it 1 month? You think it was 1 month? There was a such thing that I remember called Easter boycotts. You forgot that. Easter boycotts, not spending money downtown. That's when the results came. And so the legacy part of it, you have to think, what are you leaving behind? Values and character, impact on others, relationships and memories, work and contributions, and tradition and faith. All of that's wrapped up. My experience in the schools I attended were like this. And if you don't agree with me, it's all right. But in our experiences, the home is the first school and the first congregation. I don't care whether you're Christian, Muslim, Hindu, or whatever it is. Your values stem from home. But in our experience, it seemed like 100 years ago, not quite. But you went to church, your teacher knew your parents. Your parents knew your teacher. The lady across the street, the man across the street, the people down the street knew you and might ask you, son, what are you doing? And you better not, what? Talk back. And also on Sunday for Christians, they went to what? Church together. So somehow there was a cohesiveness, the same message from different parts of the community coming to you. And so these instill certain values in a lot of people that I grew up with and schoolmates and classmates in this room right now who understand what I'm talking about because we experienced it together. And so I wish I had time to take some questions, but I'm so concerned that, especially for young people, you see, I don't know anybody in my room who couldn't read in 3rd grade. Do you all, how many of you remember somebody that couldn't read in 3rd grade? Everybody could spell, everybody could read, we could do simple math. And guess what? After we went to lunch, we had recess. And then we came in and pulled out the cots and what? Took a nap. Now every minute of the day is crammed. I believe in letting children be children. In the 60s marches, there are persons who stood out. I better mention this. I was in the Fisk dorm as a sophomore the day Dr. King was assassinated. Pandemonium broke out. A lot of things happened. There were shootouts at Tennessee State between troops, the police, and shooting into the dorms. As far as Pecan Street, the street that I was born, and as far out in South Nashville as Edge Hill, there were troops, and on West End, close to Vanderbilt. And I said, what in the world is happening? And yet, here we are today, wondering the same kinds of things. I'm saying especially to all of us, particularly the young people, it's going to be up to you. Up to you. Take all that you can learn and all you can gather from your people, who your teachers. Now, I know I'm running out of time, but I have to mention this. I don't know about the rest of you, but I love people. I'm not in love with you. I don't want to go out with you. I don't want to, but I love people. And it's been reciprocal. As I said, there were opportunities for me not to be here. But if it wasn't for my homeroom teacher in junior high school, Washington Junior High, who was about this tall, and we're looking down at her and she's looking up at us. But there were several times I should have been put out of school. But she said, you go on to class and I'll take care of it. I don't know what she said to the principal, but I'm here today. And I believe that that teacher, she was a senior then. I believe Ms. Davis is going to be with the Lord. And so in the scheme of what shall I render? Payback. I can't pay equally for what I received. We were at an event, one of my classmates, a girl, and we took English together in Washington Junior High. And we started quoting The Raven together. We went through several stanzas of The Raven and The Telltale Heart. Now, what happened in all of this? Now, it's a rumor. I'm spreading a rumor. It's up for you to look it up. One of the people I played football with, who is in another city, a United Methodist clergy person of a number of years, and we were conversing. I'm responsible for, most of the time, our memorial service, and I have at least 2 people to talk about what they did and what affected them during the civil rights time. And so in one of the conversations led to this. He told me, he said that years ago, the African American, black, or whatever, colored, whatever you want to call me, it's all right. The teachers got together who were teaching in the African American schools and took a contingent to Hampton University and brought back with them a curriculum that they wanted to put in place. Now, this is my imagination. Those in charge allowed it to be done, but this is my imagination. Maybe they said, let them do it, it's not going to amount to anything. But it produced all of these people I mentioned, from Harvard to Stanford, places north, places south. And anytime you get on a plane, anytime you use a cell phone, anytime you eat certain meals, anytime you go into the hospital for any kind of procedure, on and on and on. You might want to think and look it up. Who invented this? Who invented this? And I was fortunate enough that I complied with everything the Board of Education wanted me to do. And the way I added Black history in was like this. And the students didn't know I was giving them extra work. I said, now, if you finish, these are rules. I only had 3 rules. Cooperate with every adult in the building, cooperate with your peers, and do your lesson. And then you would have extra enjoyment. That's what I would call it, something extra. They didn't know that the something extra was more work. And so I had things in the room. I said, now, you can't go to that table unless you finish your work. So curiosity was, what's over there? I want to get. So I had things about cowboys and original people who did this and people who invented that. And I got an email from one of my students years later. I'm still looking for it. He said, hey, mean Mr. Merritt. That was my joke. That was my joke name. A little girl gave it to me because of those 3 rules. He said, I'm that white boy who used to sit right in front of you in the alternative school. And he said, I want to thank you for what you taught us because you really told us the truth. I guess that's my greatest accomplishment, that I told them the truth. That if you do the best you can and do that which is right in most people's sight, you're going to be successful. And what I told my students, I'm in the alternative school for assault batterers and gun violators. Public school, Metro Public School, they closed it finally. But, and all they wanted was to be treated like a person. And that made other people got angry with me because the children would behave with me that wouldn't behave with them. Anybody ever had that experience? Yeah. It's all about how you treat them. And so, let me call these names. I was representing my sister at Vanderbilt, Mary Frances Berry, in 2017. A lot of people were honored, about 21 people. But these are the ones who are graduates of Pearl High School. Perry Wallace, they got a street name for him. Dorothy Wingfield Phillips, the first Black chemistry major from Vanderbilt. We lived in the same neighborhood over between 23rd and 22nd on Murphy Avenue. Her whole family, all 8 brothers and sisters, both parents, and 2 grandmamas. Reverend Walter Murray, Leatrice McKissick of the McKissick family, Pearl graduate. Robert Churchwell, all right. And Mary Frances Berry, my sister. And so I'm thankful to God, again, for another opportunity just to share and to let everybody, and not let you know, but just to remind you, there are some things money cannot buy. If you treat people like, I'm not apologizing, I'm just stating my case. If you treat people like God treats you, looks beyond our faults, sees our needs, comes to our rescue, and always answers prayer. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, sometimes wait. God bless you.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Reverend Merritt, or as my classmate, Troy. Thank you very much. Before Dr. Williams comes up, Caroline, keep standing. I just wanted to give her a special thank you. She is our coordinator of logistics, and she does an excellent job, and I didn't want to go out of here. I wanted to wait till this evening because I'm sure you've seen her running back and forth and directing everything, and that's just here. You don't know what she has done behind the scenes to make this day a success. So I just wanted to thank her personally and let you all recognize it.
Okay, let's give all the presenters a round of applause. Okay, this was an outstanding conference, and I got a lot of comments, a lot of notes, but I do realize that I'm standing in between you and a date with your sweetie pies. So I'll try to sum up all of my thoughts for each presentation with one simple sentence or thought. With Tara Milnick's presentation, the thing that really resonated with me was that she identified lost voices. More importantly, she named names. She filled in gaps in the narratives. And now, the next time I go out to the Metro Historical Center, I'm going to be resonating, I'm going to be feeding on the information that she gave us. She made me realize that the Black presence there was significant. For Jeff Sellers, his story is an important story because it pushes back against a lot of the erasure that we see in history. You can live in this town your whole life and not know that enslaved African Americans were involved in building the Capitol. And there's a big paradox there because you're supposed to be, that building is supposed to be creating laws that lead to us being a better and more free people. Yet it rests on a foundation that was created by the opposite of that, enslaved Black people. So Jeff, if you're still here, I commend you on your work. Now for my friend, the Master Librarian, Glenda Alvin.
I wrote this down and put a star by it. History can be kind of messy. But in dealing that, you know, when we study history, I humbly submit to you that we never lose track of the fact that the people that we are studying are human beings, which means that you're going to see some virtues there, but there are also going to be some flaws. For the McKissick family, this story, I think, is one that is emblematic of America itself. That is, she and Professor Wynn sat down and they made us understand that they built America. And all that is to say is that we have some ownership in this. And particularly when you think about Nashville, and this is where the McKissick family really finds its legs. This is something that we should be able to, every child that goes to school in Nashville should know this. But we as adults should also embrace this as well. I'm a professor at TSU, and as I stand before you today, I can make the argument that we got the largest concentration of McKissick buildings in the city, in the state, in the world. But as I stand here before you, we're knocking one of them down right now. If you go to campus, you'll see they've backed the bulldozers up to Clay Hall. And we humbly submit to you, we should be protecting our built environment. We don't have a lot of monuments for what we have been through as a people, but those buildings are our monuments. We go there, we sit in there, we learn about ourselves. So for all my Tiger fam out there, y'all call up there and see what's going on, because we don't need to be knocking down any more buildings. For Mr. Schaefer, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I'm saying this in front of God and everybody. If there's something I can do to help you out, let me know. But his presentation, for me, the idea of memory resonated. Okay, what is it that we remember? But also there's a lot of collective amnesia in there. We tend to forget or not talk about how things really are. But he made his argument and he went through the registers and he identified enslaved people that were involved in the church. And he pointed out, and this is important, he pointed out that sometimes the records can be sketchy or inconsistent. I'm really interested in taking a look at that red book that you referenced. But I wrote this down as you walked away from the stage. I said, we need to be serious about interrogating the past, ask questions, and be mindful that there are going to be some blind spots, and our role as historians is to kind of wipe the fog away from those blind spots. Also being cognizant of the fact that, you know, at the end of the day, we are not going to be able to say definitively that this is everything that happened, because we always miss something. For the J.E. Person lynching, Dr. Carr, when I saw your name, I don't know if he's still here, but we have some cars that have come through Nashville. There's been some really intelligent brothers. But anytime you deal with lynching, you are confronting with incomplete records that are like that bridge that went from East St. Louis to St. Louis. They no longer exist. So how do we bridge this gap between what we know and what we don't know? Oftentimes it'll involve speaking to people that, you know, as a graduate student in history, oftentimes they would kind of push us away from talking to these folks. And oftentimes these folks would be our elders, the people that survived these moments. They can fill in the gaps and give you some feelings, some emotion that you won't find in any archives or any textbook. I learned a new phrase today, persecution complex. No comment. Also, identify the villains in these tales. We talk about these lynchings, and it's almost like nobody did it. These folks just lynched themselves. But in some of the work that we've done in the city, we know the names, put it out there for the world to see. And the last thing for him, no, two last things. Get the story right. Tell the truth, make sure that your work is solid when it comes to research, but let's tell the story in the correct way, in the way that it needs to be told. And lastly, sites have significance, these spaces, and that's what attracts me to public history, because we tell stories in these spaces and it gives them more power. I lecture on Pearl High School in my classroom, my Black Nashville class, but it's nothing like going to the archives and letting Melvin Black tell us about when that basketball team won the championship. And for Reverend Merritt, it's my first time meeting you, but we've met before. I wouldn't have, if I was just meeting you on the street and talking to you, I would knew that you were a Pearl graduate. And it's something, all right, I know we late in time, let me tell you all this story. I saw some tall gents in the post office where I live at in Hermitage. And they were tall and they came in. I was like, wow, y'all play basketball back in the day? It's like, yes, sir. And I said, well, who'd y'all play for? We played for Pearl. And I get that all the time when I talk to Pearl High School grads. They sit up a little bit straighter. There's a sense of pride there in their voices. And this is something that I wish we could bottle up. But you asked a very profound question. What are we leaving behind? And this is my message to everybody within the sound of my voice here. Leave something behind when it comes to history. Don't take your stories with you to Greenwood Cemetery. We need those stories to fill in the gaps. We need those stories to give a more accurate account of the history and the experiences of our people in the city, in this place, and in this nation. And lastly, I want to thank all of you for coming out. This was one of the largest gatherings I think that I've seen since I've been here. So we are very, very grateful for your support. This is the 100th anniversary of Carter G. Woodson establishing Negro History Week. And so I'm going to give you guys the same charge that he gave them 100 years ago, but I'm going to paraphrase it, and this will be the gospel according to Dr. Williams. Be passionate about your history, learn as much as you can, and share the information in whatever spaces you can. You can come to TSU and take my classes, and I'm gonna teach you as hard as I can. But that classroom only holds 25. So it might be necessary for you to teach that history in Hadley Park, or in your churches, or in your homes, on the street corners. But let's reconceptualize what a classroom looks like so we can teach history in a place that will be insulated from the whims of people up the street who really don't want us talking about our past anyway. Okay. And with that, I want to thank you again, and I declare this conference adjourned. Thank you for coming out.